Welcome to Dimension 119, a dimension where anything can happen. Prepare for the strange and unexpected. Enjoy today's episode.
What's going on, everybody? It is Nathan with Dimension 119, and we're back at it again with some more D&D. I've got 5 fantastic players here, and got to rearrange cameras again. And we're gonna get we got a few preliminaries to take care of, but shouldn't have much before we jump right into the fun. We are participating in Craft Beer Con 2021, raising money for after-school D&D programs. And normally this is done in person at an actual craft beer brewery, but COVID has ruined so many things, and it has caused this to need to be online. So if you guys want to go ahead and start introducing your characters, you by all means can, and introducing yourselves as well, while I fiddle with these cameras.
Okay. My name is Chris Pearson, and I am going to be playing Drayden Overhaul, a human sorcerer who is, yeah, I mean, I guess we'll get into all of that in a little bit about how we found ourselves where we are and whatnot.
Hi everyone, my name's Matthew McCurran. There's a very slim chance you know me from around various places on the internet. I do sort of Dungeons and Dragons stuff, and board game stuff. Today I'll be playing Brakael Drun, and first impressions would be that he's a tiefling, carries a few swords with him, bedecked in thick furs and leathers. And first impressions would be that he is hiding something. A little sly.
By a few swords, are we talking like 2 or 3, or like 2 or 300?
It's 7. I got 7 swords. I misspoke. I have 2 swords.
Now, if you choose to believe him, that's the question.
That's what I'm hiding. I'm hiding the other 5 swords.
Who's next?
I think we got one muted.
I'm Tim Booker. I'm playing Creon the Fallen, an Oathbreaker Paladin, Kalstar. Large man, 6'7", 300-pound Paladin. Hooded, wears gloves on both hands, carries a glaive that kind of looks like a scythe instead of a glaive, but thanks 5e, no sides.
That's that's definitely an oversight there.
Okay.
My name's Justin. I am going to be playing tonight Lucan Aranea. He is a Eladrin variant of a elf, playing an assassin rogue. And Lucan, you'll see he's got a couple different rings on that he's made himself, and he's very proud of them. And then just wearing his cape and kind of gauny, but also to where he's not normally seen. We'll see how things play out today.
probably would help if I unmuted. My name's Luke. I'll be playing Relic. He is a Warforged barbarian. He's a 6'4", nearly 300 pounds of metal and wood. And some people, if you're threatened, you're going to see his great axe first. If you're not threatened, you're going to see that he almost has like a shiny black metal armor covering his body that almost part of him. And other than that, he is intimidating. It's all hell.
Awesome. Sounds like we got some great characters and great players. Does anyone have any questions before I get to the stuff that I forgot to say in the beginning and before we start?
I'm good.
All right.
We're all
So
set here.
there are a few chat commands in the Twitch chat, one of which is important. CBC 2021, which is what I am fixing to post here, will give you a link to the Craft Beer Con Discord link. You can participate in some of the silent auctions, as well as follow some of the other games, get some of the other schedules. I think we might be the last game for today, but I know there's games tomorrow. And you can also find out the ways to donate both books, dice, and money to the actual cause through the !CBC 2021. And with that, if no one has any more questions or anything else they need to get out of the way before we get started, we will get started. So we see a top-down view of the Crimson Wood. It is blood red leaves, just this ghastly gray trunks and branches. It's very eerily quiet. This is a place where most people in Yggdrasil do not venture. There is travel around the Crimson Wood, as it's thought to be safe in the relative vicinity, but there is a good distance given to the Crimson Wood. If you were to look from the Crimson Wood towards the Eagle's Nest Mountains, you will see Hell's Wall. Hell's Wall, parts of it glow with magical energy. Parts of it almost have a red hue, almost the color of the wood, as who knows what magic's been put on this wall. It is meant to hold the wood at bay from crossing the Eagle's Nest Mountains, from crossing into Ravens Roost, and taking over Yggdrasil in that direction. No one really knows why the wood's there. No one alive today knows why the wood's there. But they have tried to stop it. And the wall was a first attempt to stop this from growing, from expanding. And as we're watching the wood and watching the wall and kind of seeing the mountains off in the distance behind the wall, we see a single leaf detached from a tree and beginning floating towards the wall. As it approaches the wall, it seems to be just a normal leaf. You know, if you didn't know it came from the Crimson Wood, there would be no worry. As it approaches the wall and tries to flutter over, it's disintegrated almost as if like a bug zapper. It's another one, and another one, and so on and so forth, until this wave of crimson leaves crashes against this invisible barrier and just continues disintegrating. One would think that this would be overwhelming the wall, and yet it still stands. And eventually, the wave dies down. It's calm in the between the wood and the wall again. Nothing moves. A bird flies between the two. Bird gets through, nothing wrong. And as we zoom out, we come over the Eagle's Nest Mountains. See the snow caps, see the various animals moving around the mountains. And we see it nestled in the middle of this crescent-shaped mountain range. We see a village. We see Ravens Roost. And so the camera falls down into Ravens Roost. We see the player that wants to start first and tell me what they are doing currently in Ravens Roost.
I guess I'll volunteer. And so, just on the very edge of Raven's Roost, where the narrow paths that perhaps wagon wheels and footfall have carved out widen into more cleared fields and trampled grass where people tread more often, you see a man, average height, standing there, deep red skin, similar to the leaves floating around previously, and he's conversing. He's turning to Drayden, and I'm not sure how Drayden takes seeing coming upon Raven's Roost, but he turns to him and he says, "Well, I suppose we are here, wherever here is."
I suppose so. Thank you for helping me there. I'm not quite sure how I made it such a far distance. I appreciate your help greatly. I suppose it's as good a place as any to stop for the evening, if that's what you choose to do.
Think nothing of it. Really, you helped me more than I helped you. A guide from a man who walked out of the Crimson Wood. Now that is most useful. And he cracks an over-exaggerated, toothy grin. And he
I'd
says,
probably be a lot more help if I knew how I got there in the first place. But
all that
anything I
matters
can
is that you got out.
do. True.
Now, if we are to stay together for the time being, I suppose this little village will make do.
Reed, see if we can't find ourselves a place to stay.
And so with that, Brecale would probably start trudging in to these sort of furs and leathers. Maybe he's idly picking some, twigs or leaves that have gotten tangled in this fur coat. And surprisingly, he's comfortable. He's dressed for the mountains. He's dressed for cold weather.
Raiden, on the other hand, is nowhere near. He's got a wizard's robe on him, um, but it doesn't fit him very well. It's a little it's a little big for him in the sleeves and kind of drags, and so you can assume it's probably not his. Um, but yeah, he's just kind of walking a little bit behind, looking around as they walk.
Sorry, I typed with my mic off. Shouldn't have done that. And so with that, I suppose we're just heading in, and
Yep.
perhaps we catch a glimpse of the other people around. Perhaps not. Let's find out.
We'll leave you two as you're kind of entering the town, and we'll go to whoever wants to go next.
I can just be along the road. You guys walk along the path and see a paladin sitting to the side of the road on a stone. He appears to be polishing his armor, but as you get closer, you notice he's taking a piece of charcoal and scratching the surface of the plate. And as you get a little closer, even, you notice that there are etchings in the armor itself, and it looks like just words upon words upon words all the way across the plate mail. And he's actually filling in the etchings with a darker to make the letters appear cleaner. And as you keep looking, you notice that they're names. And there are thousands and thousands of names that he's carved into his plate, and he's making them appear darker and visible so that you can see what they say. He looks up at you and he says, "I don't get many people this way, but welcome. I'm looking for companions to travel with since my companions have left. Um, I worship the god Jurgle, and this is my current journal of the dead. So if you are looking for a companion to travel with, I would surely enjoy helping you guys along your way. You appear to be good people, just from appearances."
And so, I think as we're walking along, Raquel probably naturally fell behind Drayden, sort of letting Drayden lead the way, at least physically. I don't know if either of us knows where we're going. And maybe while you're saying all this, and particularly when you say current journal of the dead, Raquel probably whispers something like, "Bit intense, isn't he? Ah, well." And as you mention us looking like good people, Raquel had stepped forward and sort of awkwardly, he sort of steps forward, and then maybe half a second after he was meant to, he extends his hand for a handshake. And he says, "Well, not often I get told I'm a good person from my appearance. But if you're willing to travel with us into the unknowns of this land, I suppose I wouldn't turn down a walking plate mail. Yes?"
A gloved hand reaches out to grab yours, and as you feel the hand, you feel underneath the glove, and it feels kind of rumply and scaly all at the same time.
And I think it probably registers, but more importantly, I think is your handshake just completely overpowers mine. Like it's like oh, and I have to like put more force into it than I was expecting to sort of counter it out. We shake and I sort of pull away. And well, I am Prakale. This is Drayden. And you were?
Well, Matt.
My name is Creon. I am in search of dreams.
Well, we were also looking for somewhere to sleep. I suppose it's only natural that we continue on.
Yes, I would love a place to rest my head for the night.
All right then.
So he picks up his armor, not donning it at all, and slings it over his shoulder and says, "Carry on, I'm with you."
And eventually, Bracale would sort of shrink back to the back of the pack again.
As you all venture deeper into Ravens Roost, it seems relatively normal, like a normal town. There is trade to Ravens Roost. It the main pass through the mountains is well used most of the time. But you also notice that this is in a big enough valley in the middle of these mountains that there's enough room for this. Calling it a village almost seems wrong, because that kind of almost feels to denote small. This is by no means, a giant city, but it's big enough and in a big enough valley where it can kind of self-sustain itself if need be. You pass some crops on your way into the actual village itself. If trade is cut off, and as long as crops are good, this village or town or city, however you like to refer to it, could sustain itself for a period of time. And as you venture deeper into Ravens Roost, noticing that it's kind of almost a nondescript town. Other than the fact that it's nestled in the middle of these mountains, at the moment, nothing really stands out. Relic and Lucan, we need to know what your characters are doing.
Well, I think Lucan would have been in Ravens Roost. Probably got there the night before, and he would have found a place to rest his head. So Lucan will be chilling at the inn for now. I just came down to eat breakfast, get some food, and some drink.
It's almost as if you're served, and it's friendly, and it's very hospitable, but it's almost as if once you're quote unquote taken care of and have what you need, it's almost as if you're not ignored, but almost invisible. Relic, what are you doing in Ravens Roost, and how long have you been here?
I'd say Relic's been in Ravens Roost for a couple of days. He would come in with whatever wealthy merchant was wanting to pass through here momentarily, and just kind of left that wagon trail, so to speak, to stay here in Ravens Roost. So he'd be outside the inn because he doesn't have to stay anywhere warm. And I mean, people going by ignoring him, he'd be pretty much used to all the time anyway. So he'd probably see the three of them entering Raven's Roost, and going from a motionless statue, like he'll immediately like walk towards them.
Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
You're used to kind of, when you're being statuesque, you're used to people, mostly ignoring you, mostly walking by, especially when you're, in sleep mode, for lack of a better term, not moving. But you're not even really getting the strange looks. A child walks by, and you're used to having a child walk by and getting, either that wondrous child look, wondering what that is, or you're used to getting, almost the, I'm gonna hide behind mommy or daddy's legs, and because I don't know what this thing is. You're not even really getting that in this town.
Strange.
But you see Drayden, Brakel, and Creon. I get everybody's names right. You see them walking towards the inn, and you said you were approaching them. So how do you guys react to a Warforged approaching you?
How tall tall is he?
Let me get the sheet up because I did the numbers just in case. He is
Oh,
six
okay.
foot five.
Ooh, he's a big guy.
Does he
Yeah.
appear to be hostile in intention? Is he moving quickly? Does he look like he's reaching for something?
No, but he has both his hands down. He's just slowly lumbering and walking towards you.
So Drayden will stop. Say, it's been a few years, maybe a decade or so, but I, I don't know the last time exactly I've seen a warforged. Incredible! I it's amazing craftsmanship. Um, are you a warforged?
I missed that last part. Yeah.
Oh, he just asked, are you a warforged?
Oh, uh, I am Relic. I think so.
I see. Well, uh, you look as just about as lost as the rest of us. Um, are you are you part of this town? Do you call this home?
I was paid to be here. I You have robes, and he'll also look at Creon. Uh, and armor means good money. Are you looking for assistance?
Drayden will look back at Creon and Raquel and just say, I have no money to speak of whatsoever. I do not know if they do or not, but I'm sorry I have nothing to pay you.
And Bricale would sort of. It'd almost be. If anyone was watching him constantly, you could see him go through several stages of initially, like, fear, and then panic, and then confusion as this lumbering thing has walked towards us. And as we've come to find out that it seems to just be a person, just a person looking to be paid, looking to do work. Bracale might say that he's got something in his throat. Sorry. Bracale might say, well, money is a little bit ethereal, as it were, but I'm sure there are other forms of payment. You are magical, yes?
I am Relic.
And there's like a silence for like a solid second. Well, yes. Uh, Here, let me. And he sort of like grabs toward, not grabs, but like gestures towards one of your arms, like one of your robotic arms, as if to inspect.
He will just almost like almost by nature, but he's not nature. But by nature, he'll just lay his arm out to for you.
And Brecale would sort of. He looks like he would know exactly what he was doing. To like, if this were a slightly different creature, like he knows almost what's going on. He has experience with something similar. And so he's running his hands over it was wood and stone, was it?
Mm-hmm. Wood, stone, and metal. Yeah.
Wood, stone, and metal. And so he's sort of running his hands over, um, sort of getting a feel for things. He says, well, I couldn't pay you in coin, but if you were to come along with us, I could say augment you slightly, perhaps. enchant would be the word, I suppose.
I look at you, Raquel, and I say, is this the guardian of this city?
And as Creole asked me, I'd probably just look to him and then look to Relic as if I were deflecting the question up to him.
Relic, are you a guardian of this city? Thorpe, town, abode?
I am a guardian, and he'll look back at Ravens Roost. And, I am new here, so maybe.
I guess the question is, has the town hired you to be a guardian, or are you just a traveler like the rest of us?
I have asked, but little ones do not have gold. So I am a traveler like you.
Well, then, just like us, I think the payment would just be in the experience. No?
Is experience like knowledge?
I
Very
think
much so.
experience can be everything from knowledge to earnings to bettering your abilities and ownings.
Then let me gain knowledge.
Fabulous. You are free to come with us if you like. We're going to find a place to rest for the evening, and when we rise in the morning, there's a good chance that we'll probably make our way to the next town or see what we can do with ourselves from there. But you are free to stay with us as long as you like.
Well, further onwards we go, I suppose.
You guys want to enter the inn and
Yeah.
I'd like to say Lucan probably found like the furthest back corner that he could inside the inn while he was eating. That way he could position in a way that he could actually like see the front door and kind of watch the people as they go by. Do I hear anyone? You said that they're kind of like they treat me like I'm invisible. Do I hear any like chatting amongst anyone nearby? Are there a lot of people in the inn at the moment?
it's not a huge crowd. Uh, it's definitely a like a I want to say bustling, but like I said, it's not a huge crowd. It's there's several people in there, and there's a couple of groups, and they're chatting, and it seems like a normal day in the local inn. Just you don't feel like you're being noticed, even less than you're used to.
Okay, I'll just keep doing what I'm doing then.
Are the rest of you entering the inn or looking for something else, or?
Yes, I'm entering the inn and finding a table closer to the hearth if there is one.
I'd be following.
I'll go in and immediately start looking for someone to see if I can purchase a room of some sort. I start feeling around the pockets of the robe, and there's a few pieces of coin in there. So
So
I'll see if I can find a room.
you guys are going to enter The Torn Page. This inn is
Okay.
basically, it is what used to be a very large library. Most of the walls are not just like bare walls. Most of them are like floor to ceiling bookcases, bookshelves. But there's very few books left. Behind the bar, what was obviously added as a bar is a very large, long wall of bookcases, but it's full of foodstuffs and you know liquid courage and things like that. A few odds and ends and basic tavern stuff. But if you look to as you're entering, if you look towards the roof on the left side, you notice like damage is being repaired. Something's happened to this, what is now like an inn, this area of it that used to be a library. It has definitely been damaged in some way, which is why they don't use it as a library anymore. And you see a dwarven man kind of puttering around behind the bar.
I'll go up to him and I'll just ask, excuse me, sir, do you have maybe 2 rooms available for the evening?
We've always got rooms at the Torn Page. Even if we don't,
Fabulous.
we'll find you one.
Oh, thank you, I suppose. Yes, how much for, well, how much for 1 room? And he starts pulling out the change that he found to see exactly how much he has.
That's 2 silver pieces for a room.
Oh,
If
yes, I
you
can.
just want the basic.
Let's do let's do 2 rooms. And you can kind of, if you're paying attention, you can kind of see he's struggling a little bit with giving that much money. But he agrees that two rooms sound good. Please, just basic. Just basic though. I think we'll be fine.
I reach over your shoulder and hand you 2 silver.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Greatly appreciate it.
Sorry. As all this is going on, perhaps Brackale catches the Drayden's a little bit hesitant to hand over, 4 silver. And as the coins being exchanged between Creon and Drayden, I think Brackale, without batting an eye, would reach under the thick furred leathers into what looks like one of a million pouches, and just pull out a gold piece and just tap it on the table, just slide it across and say, "The rooms are covered by me, and you can keep the change." And he just slides it to the dwarf behind the bar.
Drayden's eyes just go wide. And he not even trying to hide his shock that someone would just lay down a gold piece. Well, thank you. I was you were kind enough to help me get here. You shouldn't have to pay for the rooms as well. That's not necessary. I do appreciate the help though.
But you see, we need rooms, and rooms cost money, but more than paying for the rooms, it pays to get in good spirits with one's hosts. And he'd look to the dwarf behind the bar, and that exaggerated toothy grin again.
I imagine that's a little disconcerting, probably.
Oh yeah, no, it is not charming at all. It's mildly off-putting. Uh, and so I'd look to Drayden and Creon sort of back and forth, and like exaggeratedly over friendly. I'd be like, "You did not introduce me to our new friend. Tell me, dwarf, Who are you? What is this place?
I'm sorry. Did I forget to say? This is the torn page.
Yes, but what is the torn page? What is it that people do here?
Eat, sleep, drink, and be merry. And he kind of
Finds. Oh,
kind
sorry,
of
sorry.
looks around at like the other patrons, and but you notice his eyes kind of almost pass over one person back in the corner.
Yes, a fine set of things for all in here to do. Tell me. I am a purveyor of the world's mysteries of sorts. I gather stories, tales. Do you know any extraordinary tales, or perhaps people who might?
You can find just about anybody in this town with some kind of tale. It'll be up to you to decide if it's true or not.
That is always the most fun part. And sort of the gap in conversation, just a brief second, Brackale might look over to the person that the dwarf's vision skipped. I presume that's Lucan, right?
Yes, it'll be that. He looked that direction, and his eyes seemed to kind of almost glaze over as it kind of passed over him.
And so I think Brackale might, the gap goes on a little bit too long again. And he says, Creon, and sort of taps Creon in the chest, sort of friendly. Creon, we should not be chatting idly, we should be making friends, no?
I agree. So I turn and head towards the table and motion towards a winch if there is one.
What is all of your passive perceptions?
13.
14.
13.
I win.
14 here.
I, of course, have the eyes of an eagle. I have perception of 11.
So Relic is probably the only one that doesn't notice, and Drayden probably notices more than anyone. And it's not just because the passive perception's higher, it's more of the whole reluctance to pass over these silver pieces. This dwarf has not picked up the gold piece that was laid on the bar top and slid to him.
So I will just kind of, while they're having this conversation, I'm just going to look at the dwarf, look at the coin, the dwarf, look at the, just do that a couple of times, just trying to see, okay, did he just forget about it? Has he decided that, he's just kind and generous and not going to take our money? So just trying to size him up to see why he hasn't grabbed it yet.
He doesn't really pay any notice to it anymore. If any of you are still standing at the bar and not speaking, he's kind of stopped paying any notice to you as well. Not that he's like ignoring you or anything like that. He's just, it's almost as if you weren't standing there.
As Creon is walking over to Lucan and Drayden is sort of doing the back and forth, the coin, the dwarf, the coin, the dwarf, Brackale notices the coin hasn't been, taken either. And so, feeling that's a bit strange, what Brackale will do is he'll reach back in, but to a different section of the leathers, and he pulls out 3 copper pieces. One of which, sort of hidden unbeknownst, has a small rune engraved on one half. And he takes the dwarf's hands and sort of clasps them as if to give him this money directly. And he says, "Tell me, relics and strange things that have happened around here, you must know. You serve people, you hear all their stories. Tell me." And regardless of what he actually tells me, I'm going to use the copper piece as the material component for casting Detect Thoughts. And so
Nice.
I initially learn the surface thoughts of the creature, so what is most on its mind at that moment, and I'm trying to direct it towards strange things that have been happening lately with, I'm sort of engaging him in conversation.
You literally hear in your mind, like you can tell me if this is different. This is the way I picture it, is you almost hear his voice in your mind. You just hear, "I'm a dwarf, and I'm an innkeeper," and you just keep hearing that over and over and over and over.
And so I like to think from the outside, maybe this dwarf like says something, he responds, and maybe it is like a small local rumor, but I'm just completely like, he may as well have said nothing. And it's that gap again. It's that awkward 1 or 2 second long gap. And I like firmly press his hands together again. And I say, yes, but you must know some more." And I would like to press further, deeper into the dwarf's mind, which will require a wisdom saving throw on his part. With charisma as my modifier, that's going to be a DC of 12.
You just get in your mind a picture of a humanoid looking raven just standing.
Curious.
And that's
And so-
there's nothing else. There's no like residual thoughts. There's no you almost feel as if there's not really much of a resistance.
And so it's again, maybe the dwarf is even mid saying something to me. And I just turn to Drayden. I lift my hands away, and you can see there are 2 copper pieces where there were 3 when I placed them in. And I turn to Drayden and I say, "These people, they have empty rooms. I think something is more empty than they let on. We should adjourn for the night. Perhaps gather with Creon and the Warforged. Rest. I do not like talking here anymore."
What did Creon run off to exactly?
Oh, I pointed him
I went to
the
the-
strange man in the corner over there. Sorry.
Oh,
Did you ask where I went to?
oh yeah. I was asking I was asking Brickell where you had gone off to.
Oh, you just see me walk over back to our table and summon a wench to get food.
And so Brecale, seeing this, would say, "Perhaps I am not quite so good at communication. Come, we'll meet up with Creon and discuss things." So we start walking towards you, Creon.
How close is Lucan to our table?
You guys, you sat it near where the hearth would be, right? I imagine there's a good sized table directly in front of the hearth, and
Okay.
off towards the back corners where Lucan would be sitting. It's kind of catty cornered from this big table. There's kind of a couple of the other tables off to the side of it, like diagonal from the hearth, and one of them is where Lucan's at. It's not far, enough distance to where you could have a conversation, a low conversation and not be overheard, but Think restaurant
Are
style.
there
It's not a great distance away either.
Okay.
are there people at the other tables?
Yes.
Are they doing anything normally? I mean, are they eating and drinking like someone normally would be? Are they conversing?
That
Anything going on?
it seems normal. Some of them have food, some of them just have drink. There's, a dice game going on in a corner. There's a table where a card game's going on. You know, it seems normal. Nothing
But they
seems.
don't look like they're just going through the motions or anything like that. They're actually interacting with each other,
Mhm.
just ignoring us.
Yeah, they seem to be. I mean, think of a as far as the interactions of the people. Think of like a small town where everybody knows each other. They all seem familiar with each other, and they're interacting like normal. Like you would expect people that work together interact and things like that.
Okay. Is can I tell whether or not? Well, I guess I can ask you. Is Lucan paying attention to us at all? Like, would I catch him like eyeing our table or eyeing our group or anything?
So Lucan would be staying pretty aware, not necessarily just focused. He'd probably be a little bit more focused on y'all because y'all are acting a little different than the rest of the people in here. So y'all probably piqued his interest a little bit.
Okay.
Not
So as we sit
necessarily just
down,
staring y'all down or anything, but
I'll lean over to uh, the other three and say, I don't know if you all have noticed at all, but one here seems to be fairly preoccupied with what they're doing, except for the one in the corner over there. It doesn't seem anything suspicious about him. Just that he's the only one who's really, I guess, noticed us. It seems strange to say. I don't even know if I'm putting that accurately.
All right, I'm going to cut out again. We haven't met Lucan yet.
I don't.
mm-mm,
I don't think
not
so.
formally.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, all right.
No. As they're talking, are they close enough to where I can kind of be listening in to
It
see kind of what I hear?
that just depends on how loud they're talking. Like I said, this is
Yeah.
kind of like restaurant style spacings. It's just not like your two tables are right up against each other. But if
Okay.
they were, talking pretty much normal tones, you could attempt to, pull words from the din of noise that's going on around you if you were so inclined.
And I wasn't trying to be quiet or anything like that.
Yeah, I'd like to try to kind of listen in on this new batch that came in and just kind of see what they're saying. Or if I can tell what they're saying over the rest of them.
Are any of you trying to hide any conversations you're having, or
I
Well,
think.
do we see anybody trying to eavesdrop on our conversation? I guess that would be, uh, we wouldn't have any intention or need to be kind of in subterfuge if we don't feel like we've got prying eyes or ears. So
no? Lucan would be the only person that you would notice that's really taken much notice to you, if any at all. So it'd just kind of be basically, do you want this one person that's kind of watching you out of this crowd hearing what you're saying?
And so I think as Drayden and Creon are perhaps talking at a regular volume, Raquel maybe takes a moment to interject and says, in sort of a hushed tone, the people here, the locals, at least, I am not sure of them. They give me a strange energy. They something is amiss. Perhaps I am paranoid, but I would be wary of the locals. And then, perhaps in a louder voice, deliberately trying to catch Lucan's attention. But we must find people to talk with. All of the good stories are never written down, after all.
I think Lucan will get up and go grab another drink. And then make his way kind of over towards their table.
I keep
So
an eye. Right.
in Brackle and Drayden's head, they hear me say he's heading this way telepathically.
And so,
Drayden is not used to other people being able to do that, so it kind of throws him off just a little bit. He can do it. He's not used to other people doing it to him.
and Bracale seems to like take a moment to figure out sort of who the voice is coming from, but otherwise isn't bothered. And as Lucan is heading towards our table, Bracale is just like not hiding it, very deliberately eye contact the entire way, as if there's been a formal invitation for Lucan to come over, because in a strange way there almost has.
Well, has Lucan paid for his drink at the bar pretty much the same way we did? Put down his coin and then essentially walk away.
That's actually a good question. Me coming in the night before, would I have noticed the same thing with the coin issue, trying to pay for the room and drinks and stuff? And
I guess a better question is, did the bar have like thousands of coins just sitting on it that no one had picked up?
Let's
Well, I
address.
mean,
Go ahead.
oh, go ahead.
Let's
I was about to
address.
say, if it's the entire town.
Let's address Lucan's first. So it's gonna depend on whether you hand your coin to someone or whether you set it down on a table on the bar. That's how would you have went about paying for your room and board and food and drink and so on and so forth.
I would have handed it to him.
No, Lucan doesn't notice anything strange. Whoever if he hands coins to someone, they pocket them.
Did you hand your coin to the dwarf this time, or did you put it on the bar?
I would have handed it to him.
Okay, then. Gotcha.
As far as the bar goes, you see one gold coin sitting on the bar currently. Still, just
Gonna
chilling.
leave it there. And walk over to try to make my way over to their table. I couldn't help but notice that you fellas seem a little different than this town. Don't know if you noticed, but they're not kind of I don't know the right word for it, but kind of seem a little, I guess, standoffish or oblivious, rather.
Yes, oblivious. I think that is an accurate word. Did you see the gold coin on the bar while you were over there?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Did you see the gold coin on the bar while you were over there?
Yes, was that y'all's?
Yes.
Rather strangely.
So he has not taken it
Where?
yet.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
You're good.
Yep. That is quite weird. Well, where are my manners? I'm Lucan, Arenated at your service. I actually quite intrigued to find more people that are different from the town than what I've found so far. Um, y'all wouldn't happen to be looking for some company, would y'all?
Please.
What do you mean by that?
I'm sorry, you cut out.
I'm sorry. I said, what do you mean by are we looking for some company?
Someone to chat with. I don't know. I mean, I've come kind of on the pretense to this place on the rumors that there's been some weird stuff going on. Um, I would
Okay,
hate
so
to
you're
just assume. Go ahead.
okay. So I other people have propositioned me in bars in the past with "Are you looking for some company?" and it didn't quite come off the same way.
Oh no. So sorry about that. Sadly, you're not my type. But I am always up for some conversation. Like I said,
Fair
y'all
enough.
seem a little different, so it'd be nice to sit down and kind of, I don't know, try to figure out what's going on. Give me some weird vibes, and I'm normally don't care if people don't notice me, but this is a little out of normal for me.
So I have a question just as far as description of what's going on in the room. Does everyone look to be automatons, or do they appear to actually be going about their lives? Is it just the bartender that's a little strange, or do we feel like that they're like playing roles?
You haven't noticed anyone new come in or out. But if you haven't interacted with anyone, and I'll put it this way: if you were just a fly on the wall in a normal inn or tavern, it's normal. Other than the fact that you haven't noticed anyone enter or leave. But
Okay.
as far as
Was
just
there a
reacting with the
service?
bartender, that was obviously strange.
Is there a server in the room that I could have motioned over to bring us food? And if so, what was that interaction like?
You know, you'd see a server and wave one down. She would come over to your table. That's a human woman. She'd come over to your table. What can I get for you? Kind of have the same accent as the dwarf because that's what I slip into easily.
Do you have a stew or meat pies? What are you serving here? Some pasties? I don't really know.
I can make you just about anything you want.
All right, so I guess we'll have 4 meat pies. Everyone in agreement with that? And a round of mead.
I am not opposed.
That sounds perfectly fine to me. Thank you. I do have a few coins. I can pay if necessary.
I
Should
put up my hand and say, "Don't worry about it. It'll all come out in the end."
fair enough. Fair enough.
Did you say in or of?
It will all come out in the end.
The one thing you would notice about this interaction is it's very straightforward. It's, you ask the question, you got a very vague answer, and she would kind of pause as you said, if everyone's in agreement, and roll me a perception check.
All of us or just him?
Relevant night.
Just him. Well, I mean, you can
Yeah.
if you like, but specifically him.
Oh no, that's fine.
13.
You would notice that maybe you would expect, as you said this, for her to kind of look at each person, as waiting for confirmation, as if the meat pies and the ale was okay. But she didn't look at each person until they responded that it was okay. Then she would kind of turn her head and look at Drayden and then Brackell, and if Lucan doesn't say anything, she doesn't even look at him unless he agrees to it as well. She would kind of wait a beat or two, and if depending on if he answers or not. Okay, he said he did. So he would, after Lucan answers, she would kind of look down to him and then wait a few beats, and if nothing else is said, she'll turn and head through a door behind the bar to where you presume the kitchen is.
Can we see through that door? Do we see anything in the kitchen area, or is it kind of away from our view?
It's a swinging door. You could see, kind of a glimpse as it swung back and forth, and you hear some clanking and kind of the normal kitchen sounds, as far as you can tell.
As she takes our,
wait.
oh, that was a lot.
Go ahead.
As she takes our order, I'm assuming she goes and walks back over there, or to the bar and behind the doors and whatnot. Can I'm going to kind of give the just one moment finger to everybody and go follow her back up to the bar and get the dwarf's attention.
He'd come
And
right
I want to
come right over to you as soon as you got up to the bar. Well, as soon as you said something.
say, excuse me, Sir Dwarf, just out of curiosity, how many people did you see me come in here with? I've misplaced a few of my friends, and I just want to make sure that they all managed to fall behind.
Relic's the only person that didn't speak at the bar earlier, right?
Yes, I think so.
When you were at the bar earlier, I believe there was 2 with you.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you. And here's a copper for your troubles, and instead of handing it to him, I'm going to sit it on the counter.
He watches you. His eyes follow as you set it on the counter. And, he picks up a glass and starts cleaning a glass.
Okay, so Drayden's going to take the gold piece and the copper piece and go back over to the table.
Drinks and rooms aren't free.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had dropped that. That's my fault. Please forgive me. Here you go. And then walk back.
Do you
And then
place
walk
it
back to the table.
Do you place it back on the bar or hand it to him?
No, I'll actually hand it to him this time.
He'll take it and pocket it.
Okay. Oh, that was very interesting. I tried to move the gold piece, but and he noticed it was there, unlike when we put it on the bar earlier. So it seems that if unless we handed it directly to him, he kept no notice of it whatsoever.
It is perhaps normal for an isolated village to develop their eccentricities. But as Lucan said earlier, these people seem strange, oblivious. I may even say empty in a way.
Yes, it's a interesting but accurate way of putting that.
And Brickale looked down in thought for a few seconds and then, address Lucan and say, Lucan, tell me, we are all here for our own reasons. I am here for story gathering. Tell me, do you know of any strange tales, perhaps of any of our friend here? And he gestures to Relic. Perhaps any actual relics, perhaps stories of magical swords and axes and the like.
Have I heard of anything since I've been in town? DM?
Roll me a history check.
Just read. 19.
You've heard mention
Nice.
that something's supposed to be here. Some piece of something that's broken is supposed to be in town somewhere. But you haven't heard enough to make sense of anything. It's like you're only hearing pieces of conversations from, even if it's from the same person, it's almost as if you're only hearing pieces of a conversation.
Okay. I'll relay that to Brachio. Actually, I don't even know y'all's names. So after I relay that, I will ask what each of y'all's names is, just so Lucan
Oh,
know.
Yes.
I am terribly sorry. We should introduce ourselves. And he'd do that sort of awkward look to Drayden as if, did we really forget to introduce ourselves?
Yes. Please forgive us. It has been quite the evening already. My name is Drayden.
I am Brachel.
I am Creon.
Relic will stick his head through the doorway. Relic.
Let's see, y'all got someone else with y'all.
Oh, was Relic outside? Oh, I thought Relic was inside. That's why I gestured to him earlier. My bad.
I don't know if I would say. I don't know if I would say someone.
Well, from what I know of Warforged, they would consider themselves a race just like you or I. But whether or not he's truly with us is up to him, I suppose. And I'll raise my voice a little. You can come in and sit if you like. Please join us.
Thank you. And he will duck his head underneath to the door frame to get in. Then look around for where your table is and sit there.
As Relic walks through the door and comes to the table and sits, the barmaid comes back through the swinging doors and brings your order and sets it on the table and stands for a moment.
How much for the food?
You guys got 4 ales and 4 meat pies, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
That's 2 silver pieces.
I hand her 3.
She pockets them and waits a couple beats, and if nothing else is said, she'll turn and walk back to the kitchen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So she doesn't seem abnormal at all, I say to the rest of the group. She seems to be, a standard, person. Maybe it's just the bartender who's a little distant and confused.
I don't know about that. Let me try something real quick. And I'll call out, excuse me, ma'am, and I'll call her back over to the group.
She'll stop and kind of stand for a second, and then turn on her heel and walk back over to the table.
Okay, and when she gets over there, I will say absolutely nothing.
She just stands for a moment, and seeing as you're the one that called her over, she's kind of looking at you. And if you don't say anything, it's a couple beats, and she turns and walks back towards the kitchen.
Okay. Like, think about it. If I called you over, you would, and I just was completely quiet, you would at least look at me like you were impatient or waiting for me to say something, or maybe say, excuse me, how can I help you? Something along those lines. She said absolutely nothing. I don't,
Well, she was
I
waiting
think
for you to speak.
that is quite possible. She seems just as off as the barkeeper, in my opinion, but I could be completely wrong.
I must insist that I agree with Drayden here. Something. And he says this quite not forcefully, but as if he is unwilling to budge from the conclusion he's come to. Something is wrong here. These people are perhaps less people than you suspect Relic of being.
Are you guys all at the same table at this point?
Yeah, we all are. I
Yeah,
think.
I would assume so. Yeah. As long as Relic came in. Yeah.
You'd hear the doors clack together, and the first person since you've been in this inn and tavern comes through the door, stops, kind of looks around, there's no notice of any. I assume at least some of you look up in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Yeah.
You'd be the only ones to look up and look towards the door. And this halfling man looks around and notices you all sitting at this table. And he comes rushing over. What are you all doing in here? Why are you sitting in here? Just sitting here with all these people around. What are you doing in here?
Well, we
What do you
are
mean?
exchanging stories, exchanging drink. Is that not what
Finding
you
a
do in
place
a
to
tavern?
rest.
You shouldn't rest here. This is not a good place. And he just turns and walks back out the door quickly, very very quickly.
You get up and follow him. Try to stop him. Ask him what he means.
It's a fair choice.
I'd follow him, and maybe as I'm getting up, I'd look to Drayden and Creon and Relic, and I might say, "Look, I may not be the smartest man, but I'm certainly not blind. I can see that something is wrong here. I am leaving. I suggest you do as well." And I just fall behind Lucan.
Yes, I think we'll follow. And I'll turn back around real quick. Relic, perhaps you should come with us for now.
Probably.
Whenever he came in, did anyone else in the in the inn pay him any unusual attention? Like any one person in particular
You wouldn't have noticed.
out of the ordinary?
You wouldn't
No?
have noticed anyone even look up from what they were doing.
Okay. So I guess we're following him out.
Yes.
I'm gonna try to kind of catch up to him, and since we're outside, tap him on the shoulder. Excuse me, sir.
If you bust through the door trying to follow him, you don't see anyone on the street. You hear you kind of see like a feather laying at your feet, and if you were to look up, you see a raven. You hear the caw of a raven and see a raven flying off in the distance. That's all you see. The streets are empty.
Well, that's interesting. The name of this place is Ravens Roost, and there is a raven. One of there are many around this town.
Brickale would say very tersely, listen, we have not known each other for long, but I must cash in what goodwill I have. This is a bad omen. This is not
Oh?
right. I cannot tell you why, but we may be in danger. We are certainly not in a normal village.
I mean, it's a raven. I've seen stranger things in
Just
my
Just-
life.
trust me on this one. And the grin comes out again, but the eyes are not smiling with it.
Okay, yes, that's fair. I trust you. Um, so what do you think we should do then? I mean, it's quite late to be traveling to another village at this point, I would assume. And besides, you both have laid down such coin at the bar for rooms. That would be a small. That would be no small sum spent and then completely unutilized.
Coin is cheap. I am looking for more valuable things, stories, like I said before. And it's getting apparent that Brickale's like on edge. More valuable things. Like Lucan said. Lucan, my friend, tell me, these stories you heard of, fragments, where did you hear them? If
Just
you'd
here.
be able to recall.
Yeah. What would I? I mean, I assume I would be able to recall kind of where at in the town that I heard them.
Where would you have visited other than the inn?
I mean, I probably would have night before being you know, in my nature, with my background, I probably would have kind of roamed the streets, not too intrusive, just kind of to see what's around. I don't probably would have visited maybe like one shop if they had one.
Would you have visited
Looked around to see if I could find a shop.
like a general shop or something specific you would have been just kind of scoping out, or
Kind of like a general, just scoping out, seeing what's there.
you probably heard a couple of people talking like outside of what would be the general store. Maybe, sitting on the front stoop smoking pipe or something, and just, two elders talking, and just heard a couple of pieces of conversation from them that kind of, you're not entirely sure why, but it kind of clicks with what Brackhill's saying. Something about a handle, but that's That's all you can seem to get out of it.
Something about a handle, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. I relay that. Just kind of walking around the city, trying to kind of get my bearings on this new place, and just heard bits and pieces as I was walking outside the general store. A little, nothing really, any place in particular.
It is a better starting point than nothing.
Yeah,
Listen,
I agree.
I, oh, sorry, you go.
I would like to grab the. Sorry, I'd like to grab the raven's feather off the ground. By the way.
All right.
Bro.
It's just normal. Looks. You examine it. It looks like a normal raven's feather. Wouldn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Just gonna hold on to it. Then.
Until you fall down dead.
um,
Um, Brachial, were there people out here whenever y'all were coming into town, or before y'all came in here?
not particularly many that I can recall. Perhaps none, perhaps a few.
You've seen a few. It wasn't a bustling street, but you've seen enough not to make you question anything.
Nathan, you said when we came out, there's no one out here, right?
No one.
And I just kind of peek my head back inside the inn. Is there still people there?
Looks exactly the same as when you left it.
Okay.
And so Brackale would sort of, if anyone was like watching his neck, and that's like a very strange thing to say, but you'd see that characteristic swallow, that like, all right, let's get ready. My companions, I have not been forthright with you. I did not think we would come across what I was looking for so soon. You see, I am not quite who I have said I am. I have not quite said who I am at all. You see, I am here for a very specific reason. And he looks to each of you in turn. The handle that Lucan has heard of. It is part of a powerful artifact that I have been sent to dispose of. It carries a great evil, and I believe is connected with the strange things we have seen here. From my understanding, if it is not something else, the strange things here, there may be a consequence of this artifact. It is speculation on my part, but I do think we need to be careful. If you
Can
want,
I,
sorry.
sorry, Nathan, can I, real quick, while he's saying this, see if I can tell if he's being honest, or if he's not being completely truthful or whatnot?
Yeah, that's going to be an insight check, and it's going to be kind of between the two of you. Roll high enough, and it'll be up to Breckel what he reveals.
I'd say you don't even need to roll. Like, if you're actively taking the time to question it, you know that something. What he's saying, he believes. But there seems to be details he's dancing around. He might be lying by omission or leaving things out on purpose.
I don't know.
Drayden.
Well,
Okay.
if this is this artifact you seek, why do you think it's here, and how could a handle be doing all of this? And I'm sorry, this is this is entirely too much. It's starting off in those forsaken woods, and now now coming here, I don't know what's happening.
Drayden, I'm glad you went that direction because every time someone kind of starts talking about this handle, the chill starts kind of creeping up your spine.
Me personally,
Yes.
ew, no. Okay, so
It's just that
I
that
guess as
that almost, when something just kind of feels weird, you just kind of get that shiver that goes up your back kind of thing.
okay, so as we continue talking about it, Drayden is getting obviously more and more not nervous, just antsy, just kind of looking around more and more, like if there's a corner where they are, anything like that, he's trying to like look around the corner or behind him constantly, and just kind of like that I can't quite get comfortable in these new covers feeling, like doesn't quite know how to handle himself at the moment. So I don't know what this thing might do, but um I don't know how safe the road is, because to be completely honest, I have no idea where we are. Um, but this town, there's something about it, so I don't want to stay. I'm not sure what's going on, and don't know what to do from this point.
It is a lot to learn so quickly, I know. My, I would say professional, if it weren't so laughable. My professional opinion is that, given the strangeness of the people around here, we are safest together. And I know that I will be staying here until I find this handle, or I know that it is elsewhere. You are free
You
to do as you will, but I would not recommend going alone.
you did me the honor of carting me away from those woods. I will I'll stay with you. For now, I could not forgive myself if you helped save me and I let you die from whatever is going on here. So you've got my company as long as you need it.
And it is very welcome, even if it is a bit grim. Now, Relic, Creon, Lucan, what is it that you all make of this?
Well, for sure, something weird's going on, and I'd like to get to the bottom of it. I will say I don't necessarily appreciate you omitting some details. Got that
And
feeling,
Brackale sort of.
but I am willing to. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, as you say, I don't appreciate you omitting some details. It looks almost as if you physically slapped Brackale. Like he's like, oh, no. Ah, you, I would. You are perceptive.
It is my job to be perceptive. Um, but while I don't appreciate that, I am willing to proceed further and try to figure this out. Uh, after after what you've said and what you haven't said, along with the stories, the bits and fragments that I've heard, I want to say that it sounds like they're connected potentially, and I do agree with you on that.
Well, it sounds like you're with us. Relic, what of you?
These people who have sent you to find this handle, do they pay well?
You could say I owe my life to them. If you're asking
Oh,
for coin, they have valuable skills. And I think trying to get Creon and Relic's attention, but primarily Relic, because I'm talking to him, Brackale would reach in, like, open his sort of leathers and furs very obviously so that you can see, I'm taking out my sword. I'm not going to attack you. I'm just saying, this is what these people taught me. And taking out one of his short swords, the short sword on his left hip, you can see engraved but not, almost like just the most surface sort of, almost like Damascus, sort of that pattern in the steel of the short sword. There are sort of puffy circles of runes that anyone who could speak or read giant would know are giant. This is a very mere fragment of what they can do.
that would be. Uh, does it come in armor?
It can be engraved into many things.
Then let us go find this handle then.
It sounds as if we are all together then. And so Bracco would sort of turn and say, I think the place to start is to find the elders that Lucan said he heard things from.
You guys,
I, Mhm.
have you guys just been
Well,
having this conversation on the stoop of the inn, or have you been kind of,
I
meandering around
assumed sort of
town?
the middle of the sort of path or road.
Yeah,
Just there.
that's my assumption. We ran out, saw that there was nobody there, and we kind of reclumped together in the middle of the road there
Okay.
and started talking.
trying to figure out things. Yeah. Um, I'd say that after we started talking, I would kind of lead the way, heading towards where I heard um these tales to the general store.
I'd follow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Sam,
I'm there.
Mm-hmm.
let's do this.
You, excuse me. You usually have no problem finding where you're going. With your background and your former employment, it's kind of your purview to know where you've been and how to get back where you've been. Because it's bad news for you if you ever get cornered in an area and can't get back out, or
Yeah.
it was in the past. But it takes you a little longer than it should have to find this general store again. Just about the time you're starting to, maybe the third time, be like, it should have been. Excuse me. It should have been down this path. You know, could have sworn this building here was the general store. Just probably maybe the third time you start to wonder that, maybe I'm tired because I didn't sleep well last night, or I haven't slept. When's the last time you slept? You're not even sure. And about the third time you think that and start to wonder, when have I slept last? You realize that you're standing in front of the general store.
That seemed to be a bit off my game today.
We all have off days. It's nothing a little rest wouldn't cure, I'm sure.
Well, do we see anyone around that I would have recognized, though?
There's no one outside. There's still, you haven't seen anyone on the streets. There's no one on the front stoop where you seen these two elders talking before. You notice, oh, if anybody that wants to can roll me a perception check.
Yeah,
There.
I
most
think I will.
definitely.
Sure, why not?
22.
Oh, natural one.
10.
Get a
God
22.
is rolling so slow right now.
4.
Come on, you dumb thing. My computer is so slow rolling on D&D Beyond at the moment. I don't know why. So
It is.
11.
So only one
Big
of
numbers. Big dice.
everyone got, except for Brackhill, got under an 11, right?
11. Thank you very much. Not under
Okay,
an 11.
so under a 12.
An 11. Give me my one there, man. Come on.
I know
So
Luke can still kind of figure out what just happened.
Lucan, you're pretty sure this building's a different color than it was before, but you're not 100% sure. Is this the same general store you went to before? Who knows? Brackel, you're the only one to notice that through one of the slats where Lucan kind of points out, like, hey, the two elders were sitting right here talking. There's a couple stools there, and you notice underneath one of the stools there's just a bit of red sticking up, kind of just like between the two of the slats of the stoop or porch itself.
And so, what Brackale would do, and he thinks about it for just a little moment, because he's wary about revealing all his tricks. But Brackale would reach into yet another of the pockets in the furred leathers, and he'd pull out sort of this weirdly smooth piece of stone, this almost perfectly circular, perfectly smooth piece of granite. And engraved in the middle is just this singularly striking, very angular rune. And it's like slightly larger than his hand, so he has to hold it sort of on his palm, and he places his other hand on top. And he starts muttering, and even if you don't speak giant, you know that his speaking is less awkward than common when he speaks common. and he maybe says something like, "Do, Dogano." And as he opens his eyes, they are a stark, just solid red. I would like to cast Detect Magic. For up to 10 minutes with concentration, I can sense the presence of magic within 30 feet. And if I sense magic in this way, I can use an action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object that bears magic. And I learn at School of Magic.
So,
Very cool.
as you speak these words and you lift your head and open your eyes, and we see the camera zooms in on your eyes and they're this red color, we'll take our break.
Cool.
So we're gonna take probably about 5 or 10 minutes break, and then we'll come back. I'm gonna let my dogs out because I don't know if you guys can hear it, but they're going nuts right now. So we'll take our break, and then things are gonna go south.
Sounds good.
If you
Sounds good.
have a way
fabulous.
if you have a way to like close the lens on your camera or cover it, you're welcome to, but if you don't have to turn them off, please don't turn them off because we'll have to move around. If we have to, we have to. It's no big deal, but if you have an alternate way, consider that first. I appreciate it. Give me 1 second. We'll go to the break screen and then we'll be free. All right, everybody, we are back, and it looks like we're all in the right spot, which is more than we can hope for, right? So let's get back to it. So before the break, Raquel cast Detect Magic, and as he lifted his head, we saw his eyes turn red, and then we went to break. But what he sees is almost a blinding light when he looks pretty much anywhere. There is magic literally everywhere. Probably the only thing you don't see any type of glow from is maybe the surface of the ground you stand on. It's just it doesn't blind you. I'm not going to be that person, but when you first notice it, you take a step back and kind of do that whole thing where you blink, cuz it's definitely a shock to your system.
No, it's definitely a shock. And I think as I open my eyes, it's that instantaneous like squint. The arms go up to try to block it, but can't actually block it because it's like a magical sight. I sort of bare my teeth a little bit because it's just that intense. Like I've never had detect magic. I've never seen this vivid, just cacophony of colors, like 5 rainbows collided with one another and wrapped themselves around my head. And standing before you is this furred and leathered tiefling, red-skinned, horned, dark red. Oh, sorry, by my mic. Dark red-eyed person, just sort of hissing and clawing at the air, and maybe it puts Creon at edge a little bit. Um, what is essentially, you know, a demon man just hissing with blood red eyes. It's an image. It's a scene. And so I think once I get over the whole intensity, I would sort of reassure everyone. I'd say, do not worry. This is, uh, well, it is intense, but it is standard procedure. And
And the eyes turning the eyes turning like that, that's standard as well.
yes, it is a normal effect.
Okay.
And so, still sort of half squinting, unless anyone like says anything or tries to get my attention, I hold the runic stone in front of me again, and I place my hand over it, and I start chanting again. This time it's Ga Gata Gos. And what I'm going to try to do is use my action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic. So I was wondering if I could sort of use that to sort of see an aura around any sources of magic, specifically that porch we were looking at, see if anything on that porch is emanating magic rather than magic just sort of being everywhere.
Everything around you seems to be just covered in just this. It's a much like your eyes. It's a very red feeling, dark feeling magic, and it's just there's not necessarily a central point in where you're facing, but where you're at and looking, it all just seems to radiate it.
Right. And so
Is this a like a kind of like I look and see it, or is this kind of a three? It's like I can see all around me type thing. I mean, I know you can sense it all around you, but
yeah, so it just says sense, and I always like to flavor it as one of the 5 senses. I think that's more descriptive. So I've just sort of gone with sight for this character. So yeah, it's just sense. So here, see magic within 30 feet of me.
I mean, you definitely sense it all around you. But as far as just what you see is what's directly in front of you is just yeah, everything is bathed in this red.
Right. And so I'm going to hold the stone in my hand, sort of like a discus, sort of fingers curled around one edge so I can hold it comfortably. And I drop the spell. My eyes fade back to the regular, white and sort of dark brown in the middle. And I look to the others and I say, this place, if magic were water, we'd all drown.
I wouldn't.
Yes, I suppose you wouldn't.
That I guess that's a fair point.
He certainly has me there.
So magic everywhere.
A deep,
Okay.
viscous red.
Okay. Well then, it, do we start looking for the handle here?
Well,
Do you know what it looks like?
It is said to be a blood red handle, and as you say, should we start looking here? And I sort of look towards that patch of red that you described was on the porch earlier. And maybe start making my way towards that. I suppose we start looking.
Okay.
So I don't know if you'd want an investigation check or maybe a perception check, but I just want to scope out the porch, see what that red thing is.
Same.
You can roll.
Or no.
You can roll investigation, and while you're doing that, if anyone else wants to do anything else or look anywhere else, let me know.
I think I'll.
I helped
Go
make an
ahead.
investigation. I did 15 on investigation.
Okay.
So let's use his
think I'll
investigation.
go inside the general store.
Same. I'll start. As long as we can get safely in there without some kind of monster jumping out from somewhere, then I'll go into the general store as well and start rifling through whatever I can.
One would hope, wouldn't one? So as you two enter the general store, Creon leans down and looks at this red patch and notices that it's this red fuzzy moss starting to grow up through the cracks in this porch.
Survival or medicine? Can I check and see what that is or what one?
Survival.
That's a 20 for survival.
You could identify this moss. Like, looking at it, you're like, oh, this is such and such moss. I know nothing about moss, so I'm not going to make up, I'm not going to act like I do. But you know.
It is peat moss.
Did you say peat moss?
Kate moss.
You know that it's not supposed to be that color. That you've never seen it red like this anywhere, or heard tale of this type of moss being this color. But
I relay that to the rest of the party.
Would this strike me as sort of a sign of like I have very limited information about this handle, but would this strike me as like plausibly related, or is this just sort of something?
Roll an Arcana check.
Righto. Oh, that isn't that 20.
Oh,
You know you're not sure where, because did you reveal who gave you the information and sent you here?
I showed like giant runes and said they could do this.
Okay.
So it's fairly heavily implied that they are either giants or someone who knows giant and their runic ways.
These giants, or people that know giant, they didn't give you very much information when they sent you here. So you essentially know you're looking for a blood red handle that you'll know when you touch it. That's literally your information. So you have no idea why this pops into your head that said handle is connected to the Crimson Wood somehow. And it's not necessarily that this moss is connected to the handle, but this moss is definitely connected to the Crimson Wood as well.
And so I don't expect it to like do anything, just to be clear. But like as I remember these people specifically telling me you'll know it by touch. I sort of kneel down and sort of my sort of lithe, almost leathery red hand sort of merges into the red moss and out of the corner of your eye, you'd think they were one and the same. They're so close in color. And I sort of run my hands through it, and I look up at Creon and I say, "It is a strange feeling, but I cannot place why, but I think this has to do with the crimson wood."
As
So
you
I might. Oh, sorry.
as you touch this moss, Lucan and Drayden are stepping into the general store. Relic, what are you doing?
Relic is probably not going inside. He's he's probably just still standing outside. I mean, he's probably going to stay around Brackhill, where he's his only contact for these people that could give him what he wants. So I'm going to say he's nearby, but not too far, like 5 feet away, 10 feet away.
It's kind of standing in the street, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. And so Creon's up looking at the moss. Brackhill's petting the moss. Relic's kind of standing in the street. Lucan and Drayden are kind of single file trying to walk into the general store. And there's just this sound of just wind just whooshing through the streets all of a sudden. Like, it's been quiet. Not necessarily eerily quiet, but it's been very quiet until now. And this rushing of wind and rustling of leaves comes to your ears. And you almost feel your clothing start to pull back towards the mountains. And if you were to look down and look over at this building, everything starts to turn this red leaves and starts to pull back and flood the streets and rise up towards the mountains. And if you were to look off towards the mountains, towards the Crimson Wood, you now see this roiling wave of just crimson leaves just turning and turning and turning, sitting over the city. And as you look back towards the town, towards the general store, Drayden and Lucan roll dexterity checks.
Just
Save?
check or save.
Either one, doesn't matter.
I mean, it's a pretty big difference on my thing. So
Take the higher one. I'll give you this one.
okay.
Oh my gosh, this thing is
So dex save.
slow. Oh, this is gonna be bad.
24 for me.
Can we split that?
Oof.
Can I have part of your check?
Oof. So, Lucan, as you step forward, you I don't know if it's just your rogue background, your assassin background, or what it is, but as you're fixing to step through this door, you just get this sense like, I shouldn't step there. And you step over, like half an inch, to the left or right, or, front or back, whichever you choose. And where you were about to place your foot just a second ago is just a dip in the floor, just a hole, just a crack in the floorboards, like it's just been rotted out. Drayden, you're standing knee deep now in the floorboards, basically. I'm gonna have you roll a d4 for damage.
Oh,
as you just kind of scrape your knees. Nothing too major.
Oh, I cannot handle this. This is gonna. This thing is rolling so slowly. I might have to go to physical dice. Looks like a 2. Looks like it's gonna be a 2.
What was that, Lucan?
Yeah. Said I would have stepped back a while ago.
And Brackale and Creon and Relic, you all notice, like looking up at this building, that it's broken. Its roof is falling in. There's just chunks missing out of out of the face of the building. Any glass that was in the window has been shattered, just laying in pieces everywhere. One of the steps that you stepped up on to get onto the porch is broken down the middle. Both of the stools that these elders were supposedly sitting on, one's on its side and one's just broken in 100 pieces.
You said we all see this, including me, or
Yep, everybody.
just them? Okay. What in the world is going on here?
Excuse me. I seem to have sunk into the floor. If you wouldn't mind
help 'em
helping
all.
me.
Of course, I'll go over and I'll help them get out of the floor.
Thank you. Oh, ouch. What is all of
Yeah.
this?
Brackale, do you have any idea what might be going on? I mean, your eyes went a pretty weird red color a while ago. So,
Yes, Brackell, if you know anything else, now is the time to tell us.
So Brackale probably, because he was quite close to the front of the shop, probably like jumped back and has sort of like gone to the bottom of the porch, like down the steps, and it's just sort of been standing there. And so I imagine you're sort of looking down at him, and you're quite flustered. He's just seen this building splinter. And he says, "Well, yes. What just happened was very, very odd. When my eyes go red, I can see magic. There is too much magic here to know exactly what just happened. I should be more forthright in telling you what I know, and I'll tell you that I know that I have no idea what just happened. This is beyond my experience. That's all. That's all Brackeo's got.
Did you say that?
So you touch some moss, and then a giant crimson wave comes over, and you don't know what the hell's going on. All right, I get it.
I can touch the moss again if you want to establish cause and effect.
I literally smack your hand out of the way. We don't want to see that.
no.
So I was under the impression the two were like coincidentally aligned, but was everyone else getting like a different? Like, was it meant to be implied that they were connected?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm just using.
Oh,
So
sorry,
here's my spiel. I don't know that tomatoes are a fruit. I just know that they're not supposed to be in a fruit salad.
um, yeah, no. So I thought I just missed something that might have changed it. And so you smack Brackeo's hand. He's like, on second thought, yes, that is a wise idea. Look, I may appear strange and exotic to you, but I am just as clueless as you. I have no idea what is going on. I am searching for a blood red handle. I don't have much to go on as far as waves of leaves are concerned.
If you
Do
say
we still
so.
see waves of leaves?
Sorry.
in the air.
Can you say that again? You cut out for a second.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry. Do we still see the like waves of air, leaves and stuff in the air, and it is still windy now?
The the waves of leaves kind of receded, like almost like it was water being sucked up from the town, and it's just a rolling wave on top of the Eagle's Nest Mountains now, looking like it's gonna crash down, but it's not moving. It's just like rolling over itself, like if one were to hold a wave in place.
I hate to say it because I really have no desire to go. If there's something strange that you're looking for, that's probably where it is. And Drayden points to the constantly blowing leaves.
You know, I don't know why, but I am inclined to agree.
We can go. Um,
I'll say again, I am going. If you wish to follow, that is your choice.
again, I'm not going to leave you by yourself to face whatever this foolishness is that's going on. So I will at least come with you. Is anybody else? I'd much prefer more than just the two of us if no one
Well,
has anything
you
better to do.
you don't
Oh,
seem to be
absolutely.
great at walking into places, so I'll go with you.
That's a fair assumption.
I'm definitely going.
Are we going into the wood?
I mean, I guess we got to get closer to whatever the crazy leaves are, right?
So the leaves
Uh,
they're up in the mountain, right? Or are they like up in the air?
Now they're like perched on top of the mountains, as if it like washed over and came on top of the mountains and was gonna wash back down.
Oh,
Okay.
good times, good times.
Relic will draw his axe and follow you.
How long did you say you were in Ravens Roost, Relic? A couple of days?
3 days.
It clicks with you all of a sudden that someone mentioned a tree in the center of town, but you've never seen the center of town or a tree.
Never?
Well, not in Raven's Roost.
I'm
Um,
sure he's seen trees.
Then, I mean, he will bring this up to his companions. I remember hearing of a tree in the center of town, but I am not a plant person. But it may be of some importance. Also, it was windy here.
Well,
Yes.
So do we want to go to where the wave of red crimson is, or do we want to find this tree? Because we can stand here kind of debate for, I don't know, Warforged years, but we may need to go somewhere, do something.
I think it'd be a good place to start, trying to see if we can't find the center of town.
Yes, that keeps
That'd be
us
a good
away
start.
from. I I agree. Let's exhaust all of our options before we march into whatever it is over there.
Can someone maybe climb to the top of a building nearby and see if they can see a tree near the center of this town. That would probably tell us where to go. I mean, I don't know that we have a map or anything.
Yeah,
Um,
I'll
Sorry.
I'll climb up. No problem. See if I can spot a tree or anything worth interest.
Okay. Are you going to climb the broken general store? Or are you going to turn and look for another building, or?
If I look around real quick, is there anything that looks in better sorts than the general store, or?
There's several buildings around you. Everything is in varying stages of decay, broken, disarray. This town looks like it's been through hell at this point.
Okay.
It doesn't. I mean, you
I
could definitely find a building you could try to climb, but it's
I'd look for I'd look for something that's very moderately high enough to where I can get a good vantage point. That's not like super hard to get up.
you could go climb like you could see like the blacksmith shop close by. You could go climb that, possibly the chimney, or a pole adjacent to it or something like that.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, roll me an athletics check.
Athletics. Athletics or acrobatic? Athletics, you said?
You could do either one.
I don't think we'd go acrobatics then. So 14 plus 7.
And I think
21.
me and the Warforged could probably help you half the way up.
I could probably throw you.
Toss me.
Though. I think I.
I would say don't tell the elf, but I don't think there's an elf in this one, so. You can get up there relatively easily, especially with the help of your party members. You can see that this town is where it confused you before, trying to find the general store. This town seems to be normally laid out now, but it's all just like in varying stages of destruction. Like the buildings, so it's called the Fall of Ravens Roost. Ravens Roost looks like it has fallen. Like you would think that there's been a massive battle or siege here. There's holes in buildings. You see multiple trees sticking out through buildings. Some of the streets and paths are nigh impassable because of just vines growing across from building to building. You see more patches of this red moss that they were looking at scattered in different places. You see a few buildings towards what you would think is the center of town, and you can see some lines kind of carved on the sides of them, and like vines coming out and moss coming out of one of them. You can't really tell what they are or what's going on that direction yet, but you see some kind of markings off in the distance on some of these buildings. You don't see definitively see a tree in the center of town, but you're up high enough to where you can tell, like, hey, this town is laid out like, many another town. I just need to head that direction to head towards the center of town. Also,
shout out.
Go ahead.
Drayden will shout out to you and ask if you see any people like walking around or anything at all.
Do I see any people walking around anywhere?
Roll a perception check.
That's a natural 19 plus 4. Yeah. Well, 23.
You see some shadows flitting. You see two different sets of shadows. One seems to be heading towards the center of town, and the other set of shadows seems to be heading away in your direction.
Okay, I'm gonna get down and I'm gonna let them know kind of what I saw.
As you
And
as you climb down, like imagine you're kind of either up on the chimney or you have to climb down like to the crook of the chimney and the roof here, and you see something that's like the size and shape of a raven. Is what you would know, but there's something's wrong. It's kind of got almost woody features, and its feathers aren't black. They're turning this red color, and there's like some boils growing out of it, and it's not normal.
I see that where coming towards me, or
Like lying in the crook between the chimney and the roof, like where it would meet together.
Dead.
As far as you can tell.
Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna let them know that I'll see two shadows.
It's two sets of shadows, to be clear. It's definitely not just, one something running one way and one something running another way.
Okay. I thought you said there was two, what looked like two going one way and two coming our way.
No, two sets of shadows. One set going one way, one set coming your way.
And one, okay, a set of shadows.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll let them know that there's a looks like something's heading our way, and something was heading towards the center of town. I did not see per se a tree, but there are some markings on some of the buildings up there, and there's this really weird crow-looking thing up in the crook. I felt best that it wasn't best not to touch it. It had boils and stuff, so but yeah, there's that. I say we kind of, can I tell from where we are about what direction per se that they're coming towards us?
About the time you finish telling everyone what's going on, you hear that sound of like feet peeling out on gravel or feet peeling out on dirt, and 5 figures come sprinting around a corner, just hell bent in your direction.
And I kind of try to duck around the side of the building and hide.
You can certainly try. Roll me a stealth check.
Yeah. 19.
They do not see you slip around the building.
Okay, I'll ready my longbow. Just be ready for anything that might happen. Knock an arrow and have it ready to fire in case things get ugly.
You seem paranoid.
Is this an initiative thing, or do they look like they want? Do they look like they want to fight or dance?
At the moment, they're just running towards you. They're not brandishing weapons. They're not, screaming menacingly. They're not baring their teeth. They look more frightened than anything. tattered clothes, maybe some bruises and scratches. But
Yeah,
they're
I was
bearing
really
down
going to
on you
have it
very
not
quickly.
can be around the corner.
Okay, so they're running towards us, and do we all see this now? Now that he's kind of relayed this to us?
Oh yeah, as soon as he finished
Okay.
saying, relaying everything that he saw and the crow, the raven, and all that, it was like as soon as he finished talking, you all heard, these footsteps rounding
Oh,
a
sweet.
corner, and
Okay, so I guess I'll Trade will shout out, "Who's there?"
get out now, and they're maybe 30 feet away from you at this point, just still full blown sprint. The one in front,
Running towards us and looks like trying to run past us, I'm assuming.
Yep.
Okay, so no, I'm not going to stand in their way. They'll bowl me over. Sorcerer, so I'll die on the spot. Let me
Well, if
see.
we move to the side, we can see if they're running at us or running away from us.
That is true. So yeah, I'll move to the side and keep shouting at them. Like, what's wrong? What are you running from?
4 of them will keep running, and if you're speaking to one of them, the one that was in the lead will kind of stop and bend over, hands on his knees, deep breaths. Why are you just standing in the street? Can't you see what's happening? We have to get out of here. And he's like motioning to the people that were running with him to keep going as they've kind of slowed and looked back. We can't stay here anymore.
There's nothing happening. I mean,
Don't you see the wave of leaves? We've been in this town for years, and now all of a sudden everything's broken and busted.
Wait, what do you mean all of a sudden? When did this happen?
Like 5 minutes ago. Were you not in town when the leaves blew through the town and went up on the mountain and everything's broken now? Have you not seen the ravens in the street? And at that, you hear this cry, this loud, ear-shattering cry of a raven off in the distance. Not just a normal caw. Like, this is something's wrong, and it's not even like the caw of pain. This is like a twisted shriek.
We need to go after whatever those ravens are. Because they keep coming up. They came up with the bartender. They're here. We just get these visions of these ravens all the time, and we just need to kind of investigate them, in my opinion.
Agreed.
On hearing the person say, like, the ravens, and hearing this like twisted raven's shriek, Brackale will sort of break out of his stupor and sort of focus down and say, "The ravens, have you seen Raven Man, for lack of a better word? Tell me."
You mean like a were-raven?
It's something like that, yes. Tell me.
Where are you from? This almost this entire town is were-ravens. Of course I've seen raven men. They're everywhere here.
The entire town is...
It's they stay here because they don't... I don't have time to explain it. Were-ravens don't like to pass on their lycanthropy easily. So they stay here in the mountains and try to keep back the wood. Like, this is the first warning place if the wood comes this direction. It as you can see, unless you're blind, it's here. It's happened and no one knew it. We have to get out. Why are you standing in the street?
And Brackale has nothing to say. Like, what do you say to that?
Okay, so we've just learned that the entire town is were-ravens. So that's cool.
Gonna need like a cup of tea and a sit down to process that one, Chief.
I don't know if that means I've done something bad or I've done my job.
No, like
Hearing the talk about. Go ahead.
I don't. I like out of character. That's really cool, but like in character, it just stunned. Just like nah, I got nothing.
Hearing the talk about ravens and stuff. Can I pull that raven feather back out? And is it still just like a regular raven feather, or
Yeah, yours looks completely normal.
okay? I was about to toss this thing if it turned like purple with
Do you
stuff
you're
on it, or red with.
have you come back out? Or are you still hiding around the corner?
I'm still around the corner.
Okay.
But at this point, seeing as there's seemingly no threat right there, I'd step back out. Still with my bow by my side, not necessarily ready to fire, but still visible.
Did you replace the feather, or are you still holding it out where it can be seen?
I'll probably still have it out as I walk back around the corner.
My mind just blanked on the name I had for the tiefling or the halfling that talked to y'all in the tavern.
So we call him Boba.
So
Furfoot.
Surefoot?
Furfoot.
Furfoot.
Furfoot. Boba Furfoot.
We'll go with it. So this guy looks at you and he's you know, this is why I write down names, and that's the one thing I didn't write down is names of these townsfolk. he looks at you and he sees this raven's feather that you're holding, and it, you know, it looks normal, it looks fine, and he says, where did you get that? Did you see the Furfoot, the halfling? Did he come find you? He was supposed to find you and get you out.
You mean the guy that there was a guy that came into the inn earlier?
Yeah. Did he not tell you it wasn't safe and to get out?
He did.
We were in the inn. We got out of the inn. He did his job, right?
Did he get out?
Yeah.
Did you see him? Did you see what happened?
He was not there when we left the inn. All that was there was the feather.
He must have gotten out. I gotta hope he got out. I can't stand. We can't stand here talking anymore. You all said something about going to the center of town and looking for something. You can go if you want, but just know. Some of us couldn't shake off the wood. Just know that if you stay, we have to go.
Wait, you couldn't shake off the wood?
Has it infected you in some way?
Some of us couldn't. Some of us just couldn't take it, couldn't stand it, and some of us weren't affected.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. You all should, if you feel like you must go, then I suppose you ought to. I suppose you ought to go.
Real quick, I heard there was rumor of a tree in the center of town. Can you tell us the quickest way to get there?
He just points back the direction that they came from, and
Okay.
That's where we're running from. It wasn't there before. It has to be where it's coming from. If you're going that way, we can't go with you. We have to go. We have to get out.
You should go. We will be fine.
Hey, we'll see what we can do.
Let's say we start heading that direction.
Here we go.
You'll see as you kind of say that y'all are going to the center of town and walk that direction. You'll see him begin to run towards his friends who have decided to stop a ways down the street and wait, catch their breath. You see him starting to run towards him, and you see his body start to shift and change shape and change figure, and you see his legs and arms start to sprout feathers, and you see these protrusions start to come out of his back, and these wings spring out and spread out. And his four friends are kind of the same shift is happening, and you watch as they take flight and fly towards the pass as these ravens, these humanoid ravens.
Okay.
Well, that's new. Okay. Cool. Well, I'm gonna kind of check on ahead a little bit from the group, kind of keep an eye out as we're moving towards the center.
Oh, I'm going to use my aberrant mind ability and open up a telepathic connection with him so he can kind of keep us informed of what he's saying.
Okay. Cool. I want to kind of stealthily, as I make my way, as stealthily as I can. Not necessarily like super stealthy, but be very aware and ready to duck in behind a corner.
You're
if need be.
heading for the center of town,
Yes.
and is everyone else following, and how closely?
Quite
Yes,
closely.
I'm right beside him.
That-
Well, I'll be 10 yards back.
You can make your way to the center of town. The entire time you're heading there, like the closer you get to what would be the center of town, the thicker this red moss gets, the thicker these vines get. You start to see these saplings coming up out of the ground, and everything is that red hue and gray hue that we heard in the intro. Everything is, it shouldn't, a tree shouldn't look this way, and it just seems to be getting thicker and thicker as you get closer to the center of town. It seems to be getting worse and worse, more and more taken over, like it's coming from the center of town. You pass these buildings that you saw before, and you see these sigils carved into the wood, and through these sigils are just, some of them have trees literally growing sideways out of the building, small trees. Some of them have moss just creeping down the side of the building out of the sigils. Some of them have vines sticking out and making their way in different directions out of these sigils.
Eek.
Can we read the sickles?
You definitely can tell it's some kind of magic. It's just, if you want to make an Arcana check, then you might be able to know a little bit more.
But they're not written in a language that we may know.
No.
Okay.
Drayden, will you roll me?
Can I use comprehend languages?
You can.
Okay.
What do you need me to roll you?
You can roll a history check for me, please.
That seems.
Okay. I'm using comprehend languages.
It's not horrible. Was 13 get me, boss?
It'll work. So,
Okay.
so Creon, you can read this, but it doesn't much make sense. It doesn't really read like a normal language. It's, for whatever reason, because of the spell, you kind of get this, like, you kind of get this feel as if a tree could speak. That's what whatever you're reading sounds like. It doesn't necessarily translate to words. And at the same time as you're realizing this, Drayden, you realize that you've seen this somewhere. You've seen this carved in some of the trees in the Crimson Wood. You've seen some of it carved in the stones of the Crimson Wood. When you were trapped there, this was relatively a regular occurrence to see this in different places. Something starts to break through your mind, Creon, and you start to realize, like, this has to be like some kind of transportation or portal or something like that. It has something to do with allowing these vines and branches and stuff to come through. Somebody's put these here for that.
So can somebody swing at those and see if we could maybe attack it?
At the sigils themselves?
Okay.
At the tree trunk, I guess.
The vines around it, or I mean, I don't mind shooting an arrow up there towards the sigils.
You certainly can.
Maybe light your arrow. Maybe light your arrow on fire.
I mean,
If you were to mention this and you were to mention fire, I could strike at one of the runes nearby. No, one of the runes, one of the vines nearby. And so Brackel might say, if we are thinking fire, I might be able to supply.
Did I roll a history check to see if I recognize the runes? Or the sigils, rather?
Like, as in...
No, I mean, like, is that why I...
Yeah.
Is that why I rolled it?
Yeah. To see if you connected those with what you've seen in the woods.
Yeah, okay. This isn't good.
So, do we set the vines alight?
Could I use knowledge religion to see what the runes may say?
So in character, friends. Oh, and you did say that roll was enough for me to connect it.
Yes.
Okay. So, friends, I was not purposefully holding anything back whatsoever. I did not realize anything was relevant until I saw these. But I'm from quite a far distance away, and for reasons that are quite uncomfortable to speak of, I stumbled across a teleportation circle where I was being held captive by some, let's say, inquisitive wizards. These look to be the same teleportation ruins that they used to form their teleportation circle. If they are behind this, I'm not quite sure what we do at this point. Someone has done this quite purposefully, and if it's the same people who had taken me captive, they're quite dangerous, and will possibly try to kill us all, no doubt.
Then I suppose it is a yes on burning the vines.
They'll burn
Uh,
everything. They whatever they are planning to do, and I don't know, but whatever they are planning to do, it cannot get any further than this.
And so with that, Brickale would reach under to his right hip and pull out a short sword with sort of these angular runes inscribed in sort of a black pitch. And he would hold it and focus on it and speak one word, Mordu, and the runes would ignite in fire. And so what I want to do is I want to strike at the vines and invoke my fire rune, which lets me restrain a creature with an attack using a weapon by putting them in shackles made of fire. And I wanted to see if I could do that to the vine, just sort of wrap the vine in fire.
Roll an attack, and I mean it's a vine. You're gonna hit it unless you roll, a nat 1 or something.
10.
Please don't. Okay.
It's a vine. It's it's not like it's wearing plate mail or anything.
Yeah.
You hear this.
So I want to go ahead.
You hear this shriek as you hit this vine. Like, you're not sure if it's like the vine shrieking or it almost sounds like it's off in the distance, but it kind of almost sounds like it's coming from the vines as well.
Right.
It doesn't move. It doesn't, I mean, other than from the force of your hit or anything like that.
Right. And so does the fire sort of spread? Does it start to take light, or is it not really? Is it too wet to burn?
It's kind of burning like the area that you struck, and that's pretty much about it.
Are these buildings that are they going towards the center of town? Are they like close enough to be able to fairly easily go from roof to roof? Would you say?
If you can avoid the holes in the roofs, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll stay on the ground for now. Then. I say we kind of push forward. We need to figure out what's going on, and that shriek was a bit disconcerting, but we're not going to get anywhere backtracking from here.
And I just say destroy everything as much as humanly possible. And I want to. Can I if I see one of the sigils or anything? Can I roll to firebolt it?
You most certainly can.
Tear it up. 16. Yay.
Whichever one you pick to hit, it hits.
7 damage.
Are you aiming for like one with tree or moss or vines?
Anything that's close. Let's go vines.
You sever a few of the vines, and the sigil that you hit kind of stops glowing. It's almost as if you've taken out a small portion of it, the vines are still there, some of them, but the sigil seems to have lost its red luster. It's still there, but it's pretty obvious that it's not, it's not complete.
Can I hit the tree where that sigil was?
Yeah, you can chop at the vines there if you like.
Sure.
Gotta take them out.
Are these sigils like up high
First attack is a nat 20.
buildings, or are they?
They're different varying heights on different buildings, different areas.
Pretty,
So can it be critted?
Absolutely.
Anything can be critted if you try hard enough.
I do my crits a little bit different. You take max damage with your modifiers, and then you roll your dice a second time.
So 22.
You sever all of the vines that were left connected to this building, just like a hot knife through butter. Just sever right through it, and they fall to the ground. These are
And is there shrieking each time this happens?
Oh yeah, every time.
Okay.
They start to kind of shrivel up where the vines that Bractrell had put this fire shackle on is where I assume you guys have been attacking, and they just kind of shrivel up, under there and are consumed by this fire now.
Well, this is good, but I think we have two things that we need to do. These vines are coming from somewhere, and I would assume the center of town. But if we see any sigils along the way, they must be destroyed.
I can get behind that.
And so I say we keep marching and destroying stuff along the way.
So, was that the only sigil in this area that we saw, or did we see a couple sigils?
The closer you get to
Where we're
town,
at.
the closer you get to the center of town, the more you see spread out.
I mean, I'd say as we go along, we destroy the sigils as we go through.
For the sake of time, you guys can destroy as many sigils as you like on your way to the center of town. Each time you destroy one or attack the trees or vines or moss coming out of them, this shriek, and the closer you get to the center of town, the louder that shriek is.
Alrighty. So yeah, just destroy and cut them down, burn them up, whatever we need to do. And yeah. I'm a little worried about this tree. It doesn't sound happy.
The screeching kind of, that's new.
Trees aren't supposed to do that.
Oh. And
Hey, Sorcerer, can't you just throw it?
Go ahead.
I just said, hey, Sorcerer, can't you throw a meteor storm on it and let's just be done with it?
Unfortunately, I'm sure that with more practice, I could, but at the moment, no. I'm sorry.
Guess you just been busy saving money instead of practicing, huh?
Well, okay, not exactly, and I do not take money or anything of the sort. However, these abilities are fairly new to me within the past year or so. Those wizards that I spoke of, I was completely normal this time 2 years ago, and they abducted me. They did all these experiments on me, something about a far universe or far realm, something along those lines. I barely know how to control what I have now. And so, no, I've not been spending my time stealing money.
No, I didn't say stealing. I said
Oh,
saving money.
oh, saving. Sorry. So, no, I've not been saving money. It was
Have you heard of this
it was.
guy? Have you heard of this guy Robin Hood? He helps with money.
I've heard stories. He seems like a fine individual.
He's
I don't.
very cryptoic.
Are we having
So
this
we've been-
conversation like as we're burning through things and
Yes,
destroying
absolutely.
signals?
That's who my guy is.
I would assume that we've been walking towards the center of town. While we
Yeah.
are, I am constantly keeping watch. Make sure that
Alrighty.
we're not nothing's coming up on us.
Yeah, you haven't seen anything other than just these vines and sigils and trees and stuff on your way up. I assume you're all just pressing forward to the center of town.
Yeah.
As you come to like the break in the house, the center of town's like the town circle. It's just a big circle in the center of town. And you see on one side, you see this big tree, this big red tree in the middle. This gray trunk, red leaves. Drayden, you recognize it as looking exactly like the trees you see it in the wood. And I mean, it's a tree. It's just sitting there. It's it's not a tree and it's not moving or anything like that. But on the far side of it, on the far circle of this town, you see 4 figures. And size and shape of 2 of them, you would take them to be what you just saw a few minutes ago fly away from you running from town. But Lucan, as you see them, you see very much like that raven you saw on the roof. The red boils, the red turning feathers, a wooden, one of them has a wooden, like you can distinctly tell that it is a wooden beak. And then the other 2 are more like if a raven went on all 4s, like a dog, like a human-sized raven, crawling forward on the stubs of its wings, just standing there, and they're all 4 looking in your direction.
This is unfortunate.
And we can all roll for initiative.
Okie dokie.
That's going to be a 16.
Please.
Oh
10.
no, that'd be a
10,
That's a 7 for me.
16, 7.
This is just standard
That'll be-
initiative.
Yep.
Yeah.
that'll be an 8 for me.
Oof.
And a 2 for me.
Oh,
no.
jeez.
I hope y'all weren't planning on saving Ravens Roost.
Oh boy.
All right, I got it. So,
Like you said, it's called The Fall of Ravens Roost. So, I mean, it is what it is. It's had a good run.
give me just a second. I'm using
Ravens Roost has had a good run. That's fine.
Relic. You had the 7, right?
Yep.
I'm using D&D Beyond's initiative tracker, but I only have you. I'll have 3 of you in as just player characters. So I've got to make separate notes for you
okay.
guys. 7, 2. All Oh, good. Goody, good, good. Good luck.
How far away would you say that they are from us?
They're on this other side of this town circle, so what, like 200-300 feet.
Okay.
The one of the ravens, the one of the ones on all fours, just comes charging towards. It doesn't take flight. It comes charging on, it's got its wings folded up, and it's literally running on that, where the bend in the wing would be. It's running on that, charging at you guys. It's gonna approach about 60 feet. And one of the corrupted, more humanoid ones is going to do the same. Gonna come at you guys, and he's going to dash as well. And then the second humanoid corrupted raven is going to take flight, and he's going to fly up 25 feet and just hold on that side of the tree there. Don't shift on me.
Good times.
And then we are at Brackhill.
Okay, so the closest one to me, how far away would they be?
240.
240. Right. So seeing that things are about to turn violent, Raquel throws off his furred leathers, revealing studded leather armor underneath that is wreathed with runes. Almost every space available has been engraved. He grabs both his shoulders opposing, sort of leans in and pulls back. And as he does, you notice he begins to grow in size. And he continues growing, getting larger and larger, his equipment along with him, until he's maybe 9-10 feet tall. As I invoke Giant's Might. So I'm now large for 1 minute, advantage on strength checks and strength saves, and I can add an extra d6 to a weapon attack once per round. And so from my back, which was concealed by my sort of furred leathers, I pull a longbow, and I'm going to take aim at just the nearest of them, get as close as I can with my movement, and shoot.
Are you going to attack the humanoid-looking one, or are you going to attack the one that's on all fours coming at you? You've got two of those about the same distance.
So 240 feet, so 210. I think I'll attack the one on all fours charging at us, because it'll be at disadvantage either way. And that one looks more aggressive.
Okay.
So at disadvantage, that is a 21 to hit.
Yeah, that's going to hit.
All right, so that's going to be a
Okay.
D8 plus a D6 plus 3. So that's going to be 15 piercing damage as this arrow that's now maybe closer to a thin javelin launches through the air with and buries itself into the shoulder of this sort of charging on all fours raven.
All right. Making notes. Just a second. You said 15?
Yep, 15 piercing.
Okay. All right. And is that your turn? Are you anything else?
That's me.
All right. Drayden, you are up next.
Okay. Jeez. So, and they're all pretty far from us still, right?
They're all 240 feet or more away from you, until you move forward.
Okay, so I am going to attack the tree. Then, does the I'm assuming the tree takes damage. That's probably where everything's coming from. So yes, I'm going to put the tree in Arms of Hadar. So, and actually, I can make life a little bit easier here and just kind of post the spell. There we go. So it's got a range of 60 feet. So I guess I'll get close enough. Oh no, that's self. Never mind. Don't mind me. I'll just hit it with a firebolt then just to make sure that it does take damage. I didn't realize it was a range of self. So I will hit the tree for with a firebolt. Good night.
I mean, it's a tree. It's not like it's running away.
I know, but jeez. I
D&D
mean, at least it's
Beyond does
double
not like you.
digits. It doesn't, man. So yeah, 7 points or 7 wow. And then 4 damage.
4 out of 2d10. Jeez.
So Drayden's going to just lay down in the fetal position and cry. You guys can just work around him. It's fine. Everything's fine. Gosh. D&D Beyond hates me.
All right, is that your turn?
Yeah, I guess so, because I'm not running up to anything because I'm a sorcerer.
All right, Lucan, you are up.
Oh wow. Okay. You said they're about 240. I would like to kind of get back a little further behind Raquel. Is there anywhere around that I can kind of step kind of behind to where I can kind of like peek out and but still have cover around?
I mean, you can move in and out around the corners of these buildings, and things like that. I mean, if you wanted to, you could go in like the door of one of these buildings that faces the center of town and peek around the doorway if you wanted to do that.
I'd still like to be outside, just not inside of anything, just kind of where I'm around the corner. I want to see. I'd like to hold my attack action with my longbow until one of the creatures gets within melee distance. Well, that'd be no. I'll go ahead and attack with my longbow. It's got about 150-foot range. 600 would be disadvantage. So I guess it would be at disadvantage, correct?
Yep.
From where we are.
How far away are they?
240. Yep.
Yeah, so it'd be at disadvantage. I will attack the one that's the humanoid one that's standing.
Okay.
That is a 27 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
No, at disadvantage. I'm sorry. That will actually be a 10, 11, 12, 13, 17 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
Okay. And that is 1d8 plus 5, 6. That's 11 points of damage.
Okay.
Do I have a
Wish I,
bonus?
wish I could roll that well.
And that's everything I can do at the moment. Actually, I'd like to take my bonus to actually hide.
Okay.
So what, stealth, right?
Yep. Yep.
That'll be a 17.
All right, you're good. And if that's your turn, then Relic is up next.
Alrighty. So how far away are these guys now?
240. And one is about 300 feet away, flying.
And the tree is 40 as well, or no? That's
About 100, 150. That's kind of in the
okay.
center.
Well, I'll go up to the. Is there one on the ground we haven't hit yet? That's 40 feet away.
They're 240.
Oh, they're 240.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go. I'll move 80 feet forward and do nothing.
Okay.
Same. So you can just knock it out.
All right. That's not active yet. So we are back at the top. All right. And these guys are going to move up again. 60 feet again. So that's what? 180. So they're within 100 feet of you two now. This other one that's in flight is going to move up 100 feet with his fly speed. So he's within 80 feet of the two in front. And we are back at Breckhill.
Right. So the closest one is 80 feet in the air. 80 feet away and 25 feet in the air.
Yeah.
In that case, yeah, it's just going to be another longbow attack, this time targeting the flying one.
Okay.
So not at disadvantage this time. So that is a 15 to hit.
That's going to hit.
All right, so that's going to be
Good man.
D8 plus D6 plus 3. So that's going to be 9 piercing damage this round.
Okay.
There's another large arrow, more equivalent to a javelin, very small javelin, flies through the air and socks into perhaps the wing of this flying raven.
Got it. Anything else?
No, that's good.
And we're at Drayden.
All right. Drayden is going to. Was there like any shriek or anything from the tree the last time I hit it?
Yes. Well, not necessarily coming from the tree, but you definitely heard a shriek when you hit the tree.
All right. So I am going to keep. I'm going to. Yeah, everything else is too far away at the moment. Oh, wait, no. There's something that is 80 feet away, you said. So I am going to hit the flying one with Tasha's Mind Whip. So that has a range of 90 feet. And it, let's see here. Oh, it has to make an intelligence save of 15.
Oh, that's a 6.
Nice.
Heck yeah.
Good deal. So intelligence save. On failed save, it takes 3d6 psychic damage. And then on its next turn, it must choose whether to move, take an action, or a bonus action. It can't do. It can only do one one of those.
Okay.
And then let's see if this is a good come on. Meh. So it's 10. Not horrible. We'll always love more.
Okay. That one is each time you hit one, they're shrieking and cries of pain. That one is looking worse for the wear than the other two. It's kind of almost it's not quite like labored flight yet, but it kind of veers off as as it takes the damage a little bit.
Right. Well, it's its own fault. I mean,
Anything else?
that's how these things happen. No, that should be all.
All right.
Things are gonna come. They're gonna have to come to me.
We're at Lucan.
I'm gonna remain hidden, but I'm gonna hold my attack action with my longbow for when something gets within range of one of my companions there.
Okay.
Within either within melee of them.
That'll put us at Relic. You've got 2 of them that are about 80 feet away.
Well,
And one
I will move.
that's what, like 50 feet away? If my math's right. That one's in flight.
I'll move 40. If I move 80 to match up with them, then I'm just going to be standing right in front of it with a target. Well, I suppose I'd be target 40 feet away instead of that, but no, I'll move the full 80 to stand right in front of it.
Okay. Are you going for the more humanoid looking one or the one on all fours?
Humanoid one.
As soon as he gets up with a melee, I want to release my arrow.
And what'd you say the range on that was?
So for mine,
Yeah.
for longbows, 150. Regular 600. Anything over that would be at disadvantage up to 600. If he was within what 80 foot of us, right?
He moved 80. Yeah, so it would still be just barely at disadvantage if my math's right.
Just over 100.
Yeah,
Because
just
a while ago they moved closer, didn't they?
yeah, it would just barely be over still. I think like 10 feet if my math's right.
No problem. Let's see. Would I be melee with him? Oh no, I have disadvantage. I won't get sneak attack. Let's see here. That is an 8 plus 8. That's going to be a 16 to hit.
It's going to hit.
I'm sorry.
It's going to hit.
Oh, that's a 6 points of damage to
All
the
right.
humanoid one.
All right. It shrieks as this arrow flies past Relic and strikes into this humanoid raven. It shrieks extremely loud and it's more of frustration than pain. Is that your turn?
I think that would be Relic's turn. That was my held action.
Okay. And Relic, is that your full turn?
I took 2 moves, so
Got it.
yeah.
All right. The other the other were raven that's on all fours is going to charge up his full. So that's 180. So he's what? I should have done smaller. I tried to make it realistic and just spouted a number out. I should have done it smaller. I'm sorry, guys. Combat is not my forte. All right, so that's his turn. That's still not.
No, it's okay. We like to run miles just to get into combat. It's okay.
Speaking of running miles, Creon, it's your turn, and you can run not miles, but 80 feet up to another one if you like. And then you've got the one that's 50 feet. The one that's flying is about 50 feet away.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run 30. As a bonus action, I am going to Misty Step 20 feet. I am going to grapple the one in the air and use my attack action to inflict wounds on it as I grab it.
Okay.
So that is a 22 to attack touch.
Yep, that's going to hit.
$22 points of damage.
Jeez.
And I'm trying to stay on it if I can.
That's a strength check, right? For the grapple?
I think it's an opposed check of some sort. Grapple rules have changed like every 30 minutes in D&D, so I'm not really sure what the hell they are anymore.
I think it's strength.
Strength athletics.
Yeah, to attempt to grapple, roll athletics. To escape of grapple, athletics or acrobatics.
Okay, so I rolled a 18, so it's a 20.
Well, you have him grappled, as that beats a 17.
All right, so I am on him. If he has to use his wings to fly, he may fall.
Oh, he does. So that's going to be D6 per 10 feet, right? So 2D6, right?
Yes, and I'll be taking that as well.
All right. Let's roll that. Oof. Okay. He is not at all looking good. He's on his last wing, so to speak.
Now, I don't know if there is a chance for me to essentially drop the ball here when I fall with him. So that's kind of a DM call. Am I still grappled with him as we fall or what?
You rolled like a 20 something on your strength check, right?
Athletics, yeah.
I wouldn't worry about it. That's a heck of a roll, so.
Okay, so roll the 2d6 for me as well, so I can take the damage.
Okay. Well, you'll just take what he took. I'll just roll it once for both of you. It was 7 damage.
Thanks. I'm done.
Okay. And
I do laugh maniacally as I do all of this, though.
So the one on all fours, no one closed with it, right?
I don't
'Cause
think anyone's in melee with that.
because Relic closed on the humanoid one, so
Mm-hmm.
he will move over. He will keep heading towards the rest of the party. He's going to move another 60 feet. So, okay, got it. So that's his. And the humanoid raven that you're closed with, Relic, is up next. He is going to make an attack on you with his short sword. I'm assuming a 12's not going to hit you.
Nope.
He's going to swing this short sword at you just, I mean, almost as if you'd almost think he wasn't trying to hit you, but it's the frustration of this getting shot with an arrow and the damage he's taken has caused him to miss. And then we're at the one that's in flight. Would be next. And he's going to...
That's the one. Is that the one I hit?
Yes, and that's the grappled
Okay.
ones. So he's going to try to escape. That's a 9 on a strength check, so unless you roll super low for that grapple, then he's not getting out. That brings us to Brakel again.
All right, so the one on all fours should be some 20 feet away from me.
Sounds about right.
In that case, I'm going to go up to it, and I am going to go just all out. So I'm going to drop my bow, draw my 2 swords, and so that's going to be an attack, and then a bonus action attack, and then an extra attack, and then I'm going to use action surge to take 2 more attacks with an attack action with extra attack. So that's going to be 5 total rolls. So I suppose I'll just go ahead and roll 5 attacks.
I'll
Nice.
take all 4 off the board real quick.
So that's going to be a 15, a 14, a 19, a 17, and another 19.
They all hit.
All right. So that's going to be 5d6 plus 15. And I'm going to use the extra d6 from my Giant's Might feature.
Roll them
So
bad
that's
boys
10,
up.
15, 19, plus 2 more. That goes up to 25. That's 40 piercing damage. Has 5 consecutive enlarged sword strikes wail down on this creature on all fours.
Jeez.
Tell me how you end this one.
I think it's just a series of. It's like you were chopping at wood with an axe almost. It's just a series of chunks of flesh and bone chip away until eventually the thing is in 2 pieces.
It kind of feels and seems like that. As you cleave it in 2 pieces, it still kind of looks like, muscle and bone and whatnot. But it almost, like, the muscle almost has those rings like a tree would have. Like, it almost has that, like the markings of an inside of a tree.
That's me.
Drayden is up next.
Alrighty. So we've got the one that's being grappled, the one that was just exploded by Brickell. And then are there 2 more?
Yes, there's 2
plus
more.
the tree?
There's 2 more.
Okay, and how close are they? Are they within 80 feet as well?
One is up by Relic, a good distance away.
Run is up by Relic. How far would Relic be from me?
I think it was 160. unless you move
Oh,
forward
okay.
because he
Oh,
was
that's right.
160 from Lucan.
That's right. He ran up to.
Yeah.
Okay. And the other one is 80 feet away. You said.
Yeah, about that.
Okay. So, against my better judgment here, we are going to yeah, we're going to run up the 20 feet so that we're within 60. And we're going to cast Hold Person on him. And then that's a Wisdom saving throw of 15. Oh, I did that backwards. Oh well.
That's a 14.
Nice. And then I'm going to burn a sorcery point to quicken, and then hit him also with Mind Sliver. And he's got to beat a intellect saving throw of 15.
That's a big fat 9.
Yeah. Okay. So only 5 points of damage. However, he also takes when he tries to resist against the saving throw next turn, he has to subtract 1d4 from that saving throw.
Got
So
it.
that is 2.
All right. Anything else?
Heck no, I'm not getting any closer.
That'll bring us to Lucan. You have one that is the
Mm.
one that Drayden just held is 80 feet away.
Wail on him.
I will. Is there someone within melee of him?
Not yet.
No. The one that was flying, is that one still there, or is he dead?
He's currently grappled on the ground.
Currently grappled on the ground. Okay, yeah, I will shoot the one that's being held. And he's within range of me, you said, right?
Yeah.
So, okay. $25 to hit.
It's going to hit.
And 10 points of damage.
Another shriek as you pierce the wing of this as it's held and like it's with its wings out. Anything else?
I'd like to. Yeah, I'll go my full 30 foot forward. Get
Okay.
closer to Relic and the guy he's with as well.
Okay. Relic, you're up.
Okay, how far away are they now?
You're in melee with one, right?
Perfect. I hit it with my axe.
Okay.
Or I attempted to hit it with my axe, I should say. All right. So, first attack, because I have 2 attacks extra attack. First attack is 27 to hit. Actually, that's a critical. What am I talking about?
Oh yeah, that's gonna hit. I mean, a 27's gonna hit, but a crit's definitely gonna hit.
Yeah. So how do you do crits?
Max damage, and then roll your dice one more time.
Okay. So that is okay. Damn it. Max damage plus another dice, he said?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So that is math time. 25 damage.
Jeez. Okay. And that's just the first attack, right?
That's just the first attack, yeah. Second attack is it's one less than the last time. It's 26 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
Perfect. And that's just going to be 14 damage.
That is exactly what you need to end this one. So how do you take out this humanoid raven?
I'm going right through the middle. He's going to be two. Half of one and half of another.
You see the same thing that Rackdale seen when he cut this other one down. You see just like the insides just have these markings almost like trees. And is that your turn? I think you're muted.
How far away is that tree? Because I think I can still move.
You moved. You should be right up close to it, within a few feet, because you moved pretty far.
Um,
I'd say you're within
think
like
if I
10
attack-
feet.
Yeah, I'll move. I'll move right up to the tree, but not do anything.
Okay. And let's see. How far did you move, Drayden, earlier? Before you held. Well, never mind. He's under hold person, so it doesn't matter. What does he need to do to break this?
He needs to beat a intelligence saving throw of 15. But whatever he rolls gets a -2 to it.
That doesn't matter. I rolled a 5.
Nice. Glad to see you're rolling just about as well as Drayden had been.
So he is still held. Does anything else happen with the mind spike, or is that what you cast?
Mind Sliver just happens that one time.
Okay. So as as these other two are cut down, and this one's, you can tell with its eyes flicking back and forth that it's trying to break free. And Relic steps towards the tree. You've attacked the tree a few times. You hear this familiar shriek again. And you hear the crunching of wood, the smashing of glass and windows, as one of these ravens looks like it's on all fours, comes just clumping across the tops of buildings and hopping down. It's much bigger than just the regular ravens that are on all fours. One wouldn't call it giant, but it's big enough to be knocking holes in these houses as it's climbing over this stuff. And it's gonna move. Okay, so it's not up to you guys yet. It's about 50 feet away from Relic in the tree. It is Creon's turn, and you still have this raven grappled.
I do. And I will. Let me see here. Maybe a hellish rebuke. No. No reaction. guess I can use that. I mean, it's a reaction, and you damage a creature within 60 feet of you that you can see, right?
I think you have to take damage first.
Yeah, for a reaction, I believe you have to take damage, or depending on what it is, a party member has to be taking damage or getting hit.
Yeah.
I think a creature has to be attacking someone or attacking you.
Okay, so maybe
Kind of like an attack of opportunity.
right. So maybe I do. Maybe they need to make a wisdom saving throw. Wait a minute. Let me ask. So, which ones are within 30 feet of me?
Just this one.
Just this one?
Yep.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm just going to attack it twice. Is that just. Sorry. Is that just unarmed strike?
I mean, are you just gonna punch it in the beak?
Well, I've got it grappled, so I really don't have.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know if you had like a dagger or something. If you
I
want to
see
pull a
what he's
dagger,
saying.
if you want to pull a dagger, I'm perfectly okay with that. If you've got a
Yeah,
dagger,
I have two. Yeah, I have a scythe, so I'll use that.
okay.
First attack is a crit, natural 20.
Don't even roll your second one. Just tell me how you kill it. I'm pretty sure you do more than 8 damage max.
So I slip my hand down into my side coat, and I pull the scythe up from his scrotal region up to
Ooh.
his throat region.
Ooh.
So from scrot to throat,
Oh.
and I say, "That's
Jeez.
so Raven."
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've been holding that. I've been
Take,
holding that all night, guys. I've been holding it the entire time
I'll take 4
just for
points
that.
of psychic damage on that one.
Yeah, Brakel, you may not understand that, but there was a TV show in the United States called "That's So Raven" years ago.
Oh, don't you condescend to me. I know what terrible joke you made.
He just tried desperately to ignore it, is what it was.
I
He was.
I mean, I guess they've got Domino, so they're going to have terrible American shows too.
We
So
are
he
a
was-
developed nation, yes.
He was trying.
You
He
gotta
was
do
trying desperately to just let it go by.
you gotta do the stare though if you're gonna make that joke.
So bad. So bad.
All right, is that your turn, or are you gonna stand up and move, or you only took one attack? So.
Yeah, I'll stand up and brush the feathers off of me.
All right, so let me get rid of that one. These were just cannon fodder, anyways. All right.
Uh-oh.
Now you say, "Uh-oh," not when the bigger one came rushing over the houses, crushing houses. All right, so that one's dead. That one's dead. That one's under a hold person spell. You said I got to subtract 2 from it?
You've already done that though.
Oh, I don't have to do it again?
You don't have to do it again. It's just the next saving throw.
Well, that's an 18 on that intelligence save.
Oh, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. It's a 15 that he has to beat. So.
Okay, is that the beginning of his turn, or is that at the end of his turn?
That's the end of his turn.
Okay, so he breaks his hold person stretches his wings, kind of flaps, and kind of like he's loosening himself up, and that's his turn. And we're back at Brickhill.
Right. So there's the large one that's about 50 feet away. And are there any others, or have we dealt with them all?
There's the one back by Drayden. It's good ways away, and then there's the tree as well that people seem to be attacking or moving towards. That has done absolutely nothing to y'all. I don't know why you would attack it.
I think
I
I
don't
think we
think
can
my
attribute a
choice
fair
that
bit of this to the tree. Given the distance the other one has from Drayden, I think I might head towards the tree and start attacking it as well.
Okay.
So without action surge, that's just going to be 3 attacks.
Okay.
Oh, that's going to be an 8, a 14, and a critical fail.
Jeez.
The
Guess you
14
used them up last turn.
14 will hit for sure. So let's deal with
Alright.
that first.
So that's going to get the Giant's Might extra d6. So that's going to be 2d6 plus 3. That's going to be 11 piercing damage.
Good.
Yeah, that's that. Are there consequences in your games for crit fails on attacks, or
Well, normally,
Mm.
but considering you're attacking a tree, it doesn't make sense to give it an opportunity attack. So you're just lucky you didn't slice a toe off or something.
I've hit it in such a way that I've made the bark thicker?
The your blade turns at the last second. You hit it with the flat of the blade. You get that whole baseball bat tree vibration kind of thing.
Yes.
All right, Drayden. Brackle, that's your turn. Anything else?
No, I'm all good.
All right, Drayden, it is your turn, and you've seen this raven in front of you break free of your hold person spell.
How far is he away from me?
You moved 50, right? He's like 30 feet away, I think.
Oh, snap. That's not good. Shoot. I'm going to hope that. Well, the other guy is still a ways away on the rooftops, all right?
Lucan moved towards you. He didn't say how far he moved. But
Oh,
he
no,
moved
no, no.
towards
I mean the big one. The big monster.
he's on the
clumping.
field, but he's a good ways away. He's on the other side of the tree from you, so he's
he's still a good ways away.
Yeah.
All right. So we are going to go ahead and try the same thing again here. We are going to hit him with a mind sliver. And he has to beat a intelligence saving throw 15.
That's a 5.
Nice. So he dang it, rolled it on the screen. Now it's gonna take forever. And then 8 damage, I believe.
Okay.
So yeah, 8 damage. And then I'm going to once again use 2 sorcery points to cast Quicken so that I can cast Hold Person on him
Okay.
again.
Another
Just let
intelligence check.
everybody. Wisdom.
Wisdom. Oh, that's
Yeah.
even better. Except for when you roll a nat 1, so that's a 3.
Nice. And then again at the end of his next turn, he has to subtract how much? So he has to subtract 3 from his next saving throw against my whole person.
Got it.
And that'll be my turn.
That'll bring us to Lucan.
And you said there's a big guy that was coming over the the roof?
He's entered the field. He kind of clambered over the roofs. He's entered the field. How far did you move up towards Drayden?
30 feet.
He's probably about 150 from you.
150.
Yep.
And no one else is near him, right?
Not in melee.
Okay. I'll go ahead and take a shot at him.
Okay.
That's an 11 to hit.
That is gonna miss, unfortunately.
But I will. Yeah, that'll be it for now. I'll take I'll go back about and I'll get over next to the closer to the tree, actually. Kind of placing the tree between as far, over to the side of the tree as I can, where the tree is kind of between us, me and the big guy.
Okay.
Heading that direction.
All right. Relic, we're up to you.
All right, time to take down a tree.
I was hoping you would say that.
Axe time. I'm gonna use my bonus action to rage first of all. So when he rages, the kind of dull kind of look in his eyes glow like a blue color, and kind of like emanating out from him what appears to be the spirits of what look like elven-eared wizards of some form. They don't look like modern day ones. They look like very old wizards, but there's like specters of them, and they kind of stand around him. And soon, not long after this happens, he like glows a little bit, and this like mechanical scream comes out of his mouth as he begins to wail on this tree. So I want to make my attack against it, and I'm going to make it a reckless attack. So I'm going to getting an advantage on it, and then it gains advantage on it. But since it's if I hit it, I'll hit it, and then I'll say what happens. So does a 16 hit it?
Oh yeah. It's a tree.
Okay. So because of Ancestral Guardian, it's the first target I hit each combat on my turn. Which means that it has disadvantage against if it's attacking anybody other than me. And if it does target anybody and they take damage from it, they get resistance to all damage from that creature.
Got it.
Yep. So wait, it would attack recklessly actually. Check to see if I. No, it wasn't a. Okay. So then it's for damage. It's gonna take. It's gonna take 10 damage on the first hit.
Okay.
And then second attack.
Before you roll your second attack, as you hit this tree, all of you finally realize where the screeching's coming from. This thing that has climbed over and clambered over the houses and the buildings lets out this blood-curdling streak. Yes, that word as you strike the tree.
Oh.
Well, I'll yell out, attack the big thing.
You'll see like some blood already dripping from this thing, even though none of you have touched it.
Oh.
Well, hit the tree again. That is a 26 to hit it.
It's gonna hit.
And it is going to take 9 damage.
Noted.
And that is it.
Sorry, my brain froze for a second. All right, dead. All right, so it is the corrupted big raven's turn, and it's gonna move closer to you guys. It's since you both moved towards the tree. I think it's still 20 feet away from anybody, but it has moved forward, and it's not happy. It's screeching and screaming. You know, it's still a little ways away, but the size of it and as vigorously as it is screeching at you, you probably get some spittle on each of you.
Ooh.
And we are at Creon's turn.
I will attack said tree.
Okay. You guys are gonna kill my
I will
monster by
rush
hitting
in
the
with
tree.
my glaive. I will rush in with my glaive. You said I'm 20 feet away?
Yeah, you can get there easily.
It's a 19.
It's gonna hit.
I am going to smite it as well.
As one does.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I am going to burn a. No, I'll just go with that. So, it's 13.
Did we lose you? I heard 13 and then nothing.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. It's a total of 23 points of damage from the glaive and the smite.
Okay. Is that just regular damage?
That's slashing damage.
It's not searing smite, right?
It is not. It's just the regular smite damage.
Got it.
I gotta.
Anything else?
I don't think so. Let me check my bonuses just see if I have anything.
Okay.
No, I don't. That's fine.
Okay. The raven in front of Drayden struggles against his hold person and is still held.
Okay.
And so we are at Raquel's turn.
Just going to be 3 sword attacks on the tree.
I should have
Hey,
never linked this stupid tree to the monster.
16, a 14, and another crit fail. So
everything but the crit fail.
Yeah. 2d6 plus the extra d6 plus 2 lots of my dex mod, so that's 3d6 plus 6. So that's going to be 15 slashing damage, piercing damage.
Nice.
Okay. All right. This raven creature that's trying to get up behind y'all, it's about 20 feet away, is going nuts at this point. Every strike of the tree, there's a loud cry, and you guys get a little more moist from spittle as you're hacking away at this tree and paying absolutely no attention to my hideous monster that I put on the field. Drayden, you have yet the same raven still held again.
Dang it! There's something else I want to do, but I can't because I've got a whole person on this other guy. So I'm going to back away. If I back away to the tree where everybody else is, how close am I to the big monster that's clumping in?
The big thing is about 20 feet on the other side of the tree.
Okay.
So it's you can get to the tree without and still be a little ways away from him because it's 20 feet away from the tree itself.
Okay. So would you say 120 feet?
From
If I move to the tree, will I still be in 120 feet of it?
oh yeah, he's just 20 feet away from the tree itself. So you'll
Oh,
be
okay. I see what
yeah.
you're saying. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to make sure I read it correctly. Okay. I'm going to have to drop hold person, and I'm going to cast slow on the big guy who's clumping in, and he has to make a wisdom saving throw of 15.
You and my DM both like to make me make wisdom saves, and I'm not good at them. It's a 15.
Oh, that's what he had to. That's what he had to make.
Ugh. Well, I guess he passes then.
Yeah, he passed.
All right.
Dang it! And I ended up dropping. Ended up dropping hold person to do it too. Blast it. Oh well. So at least I'm by everybody else. So hopefully you won't get too beat up.
Lucan's off by himself. Anything else?
All right,
He
feel free.
is.
Mana.
No, nothing else.
All right. Speaking of Lucan, it is your turn.
Am I not by the? How far away am I from the tree?
Oh yeah, you did move to the tree. I was thinking you moved back. Sorry.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
You can close with the tree this turn if you like. If that's what you're wanting to do.
Okay.
So you can all get in a circle around the tree and hack it down.
I will do just that. I'll actually no. I'll go ahead and shoot the big guy.
Okay.
From here. That's a natural 20.
That's gonna hit.
So that'll be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15 points of damage.
Compared to what he was looking like when he came barreling over the houses, he's not looking great. Anything else?
I will. I'll use my bonus action, the Misty Step, and go about 30 feet away from the big creature.
Okay.
Like just in the opposite direction of where he's at.
Okay. Anything else?
That'll be all for me.
All right, Relic, you're up.
So this thing, like, I could have seen it. It was from where I was fighting the tree, right?
Oh yeah. It's 20 feet from coming from the direction where those ravens were standing in the first place.
And now it's moving around instead of.
It's moving towards you guys at the tree.
Now that our friend is dropped person on it.
Oh no. He had hold person on this on the regular Raven. He's way back towards the entrance, probably maybe 100 feet away, towards where
Yeah,
y'all came
okay.
from.
just trying to keep him out of the fight.
All right. In that case, let's cut the street down even more.
Nobody wants to fight the big guy.
I'm not running 120 feet to do it.
No, the big guy's 20 feet away.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
Drayden-
why I tried to
Drayden
cast
had a-
slow on him.
Drayden had just one of the regular humanoid ravens in hold person, about 100 feet away.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, you guys handle the tree. I'm going after this thing.
Oh, okay.
So I'm
Careful
gonna
what you know,
move.
man.
I'm gonna move up to it.
Okay, you can close with it.
Yep. And I'm gonna swing with my axe. So I'm gonna reckless this thing. Actually, do I need to reckless it? Hold on. No, I don't need to reckless it because I already get advantage on melee weapon attacks. I'm raging. And okay, that is first attack is 18 to hit,
It's gonna hit.
and that is 16 damage.
Okay.
Second attack is 13 to hit,
That is not gonna hit.
but it does have my ancestral guardian. So if it goes after anybody else other than me, it has disadvantage.
All right. Anything else?
Morales just gonna look this thing right in the face after hitting it once and be like, "The second hit was on the miss was on purpose."
It's just literally leans its beak down and just screams in your face, and just spittle.
Good thing I was not born with ears, nor was I born.
And let's see. I want to use all this cool stuff, but I think you guys have made it so mad that it's just gonna literally try to swipe at you with one of its wings. Like there's these barbs poking out of it. Like you almost think they were bone sticking out of it, but it's like wooden. That's a 25 to hit.
Me? Yep.
It's 23 damage on that.
Ooh.
That's a lot for level 5.
I told you I
Got
was
some
worried, but I mean, I'll be honest. Y'all are already wrecking this thing just by attacking this freaking tree. And then it will take its second attack. That's a 16 to hit.
Nope.
All right. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Yeah, we lost Raquel. He had to go.
All right.
Yeah, I'm about to have to go as well. So
It is your turn if you want to take an attack.
is that me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take 2 attacks.
Okay.
$18 to hit.
Yep.
I will smite it again. takes a while to get all this together. As a bonus action before that, I would have cast Divine Favor.
All right.
And then my attacks. So that's So that's 18 points of damage on the first attack. Second attack is a 22.
Gonna hit.
And that's 20 points of damage.
Are you attacking the tree?
Yes.
So tell me how, with a scythe, you take this tree down.
Nice.
I reach overhead, swing it down like I'm chopping wood, and shear it from a owl hole that I spot in the middle of the trunk, and I take it to the root.
As you do this, as
And
the
I
tree,
say, ouch.
as the tree starts to kind of topple over and split as you've done this, this big raven thing behind you lets out this shriek and mimics as the tree splits. It splits in half and falls apart. And everything that all these things that you've cut and chopped and stuff, anything that's remaining of it just starts to shrivel up and disappear and dry up, as dry leaves and dry twigs, and just kind of, there's cleanup to be done if anybody wants to, live in Ravens Roost again. But everything that you can see here is now dead. The one raven that was left that Drayden had in hold person all this time just raises its head up to the sky and lets out a loud shriek as well, and then just into a pile of leaves that shrivel up and brown. And Raven's Roost is miraculously, I guess you could say, saved. It's definitely in ruins, and if someone ever wants to move back here, it's gonna have to be redone and fixed. But as far as you can tell, you guys have vanquished the woods from it. You no longer see a giant roiling thing of leaves over the mountains. It hasn't fallen. It's not like it's floating away. You look over and that's just gone, as if it was never up there.
Nice.
Unless you guys have anything to add, Raven's Roost has fallen, but it's not completely gone, I guess.
That was
once he
so Raven.
Once he sunders the tree, do we see any kind of handle or anything?
No, you do not.
Okay.
Good deal. Good deal. Well, gentlemen, it was great playing with you. I got to head upstairs. Yeah, keep the chat open, and if we ever decide to do an actual full-blown campaign, let me know.
Absolutely. I appreciate you guys playing and being patient with me and understanding that I'm new to all this, and
yeah, man,
insanely nervous and shaken, and
you're golden, man. You did a good job, dude.
But thank you,
Hey,
anybody
I think
that
you did a wonderful job. I think you did a great job.
Seriously.
Everything was cool. I think Lucan, you scare the shit out of me because it looks like you're playing from a mine shaft, bro. So other than that, Everything
Yeah.
was great. I had a
Yeah.
great time with everybody.
I'll definitely work on my combat and my distances. One of the things is before everybody leaves is I have a buddy that I talk distance stuff with, in combat and D&D, and one of the things we both agreed is it's very weird to start a battle and be like, oh, the person's 10 feet in front of you, and when
No,
when
that
you
makes
asked
sense.
how far away they were, I'm thinking, well, this is a good sized clearing, and then I spouted a number out, and then I looked at my character, my monster's movement, and I'm like, nope, that's awful.
Yeah,
So
just a rule of thumb. If you think that most people can double move at 60 feet every 6 seconds, just take that into consideration how long you want it to take for somebody to get from one place to another.
I
If you
wanted
want it to be a minute, then that's going to be 200 feet away. So
Well, and not only that, I'll go you one better. Remember, in the game, as long as you don't abuse it, most players will retcon in their mind what you say because you're the DM. And so if you say something like, "Oh yeah, I said 240, but they're actually 100 feet away," or something like that, then everybody will just say, "Oh, okay, they're 100 feet now." I mean, explain why you're doing it, and most people that I've ever played with are just gonna say, "Oh yeah, that makes sense," and then it's just gonna move right along. But again, that's most people I've played with. Might be different from you, but yeah, no, I don't know anyone who would have an issue with that.
well, I appreciate y'all's patience.
Nah, dude.
all I can do is get better anyways. So
Yeah, you're fine.
I'll
Huh?
keep working on it.
look, as long as you want to get better, that's all anybody could ask for. So
Yep.
thank you guys. I appreciate it. Have a great night and
Yeah, it
good
was
luck with it.
fun. See you guys.
Y'all too.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
You're gonna hang out for a second? I'm gonna do my little
All right.
outro. You're welcome to hang out and we can talk in just a second.
Yeah, do it.
All right, just 1 second. Let me switch to the end screen. Thanks everybody for watching. I appreciate anybody that stuck around, anybody that was patient with me, anybody that watches the VOD later on Twitch, and it will be on YouTube as well. Appreciate you watching and hanging out. Appreciate you supporting Craft Beer Con 2021 and helping us raise money for after school D&D clubs. And I had fun. I hope my players had fun. Most of them said they did. I will see you guys in another dimension.